Can y'all hear me? I don't even know if anybody's here. I'm trying restream. Excuse me. Hey, Josh. Trying the restream, got the on-screen chat. See how that goes. Just trying it out, see whatever. I figure if I can get this working, then just try to see how everybody's doing. Don't even know really why I went live. And I don't know why this thing has a different image. I don't know. I think it's all weird. What's up, your dog, Pepper? I think I might have to get rid of that one little dude, though. He's in the way of the chat. Dang. I'm going to have to jack around with my overlay. I got to get rid of the name part. Blocks the chat thing. What's up, Moonchild? I don't know, just trying to figure this out. So, what's everybody up to? Can y'all hear me okay? Does it seem to be coming through okay? Trying. Okay, cool. I don't know. Definitely weird, I can say that. Hey, that might be an email. YouTube telling me that I went live. Yep, sure enough. I guess they figured in case I forgot. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of weird. I think I tried this before. Definitely a different layout. So what's everybody up to? Did y'all have a good weekend? Hey, Eric. How are you? Hey, Nikki. What's up, ma'am? Hey, Scat Moonchild, just another day. It would have been a lot cooler to sit down, have a spread with my granddaughter, and it is what it is. What's up, Shift Kicker? As usual, not getting anything done, still feel drained and wore out. Yeah, how do y'all like the on-screen chat? Does that work? And Josh is saying he can see it easier. Does that seem to be good for everybody? Ah, cool, cool, yo dope. Gobbled to wobbled, full as a tit. Oh, hey, John John. How are you? He said, hey there, well, I picked up a chicken coop yesterday, so here we go. My daughter is so excited. Right on. Me too. I'm nervous and excited. Tell you what, I don't know how this goes. Let's see what happens. Had a deer roast, baby red potatoes and gravy and carrots. Oh, look at you. Seem to be pretty consistent so far. I've been watching the chat with the YouTube and it seems to be kicking. Okay. I just have to figure out little odds and ends. I hate when you get an email that says exclusive for you only. And it's like, really? Is that why it was mass email? Because it was just for me. Hey, Tony. Oh, Eric. Oh, you got a loan yesterday for $600 to get some woodworking tools I need. Hmm. Well, I mean, I understand that. And I don't mean this. You know, I ain't trying to get in nobody's business, but just I would make it a point to pay that off as soon as you can, because what seems feasible today, one thing can go wrong tomorrow and it changes everything. But that's cool if you put it, you get the tools, put this, start getting stuff out. That'll be good. Oh, Eric said then found out my heater cord needs to be replaced. Parts and labor total over 600. A little over 600. Yep, Eric. That's I believe it. Hey, Tracy. Morning. What's up, Big Jet? Trying a new layout here. Seeing how this goes. Seems pretty cool. Right, Watchman? Yeah, I will say, depending on the make and model, heater cores can be the most atrocious job to do. And in some models, they're real easy to do, but they are easy to bypass. Pop the hood, take them two, take a piece of pipe, usually about 1/2 inch, put that hose on there and there, band clamp that bad boy, and just let it recirculate through there. You won't have hot air in the cab, but your vehicle will be fine. Hey, Miss Tammy. Chad, greetings from the Erie Coast. Mr. Benjamin. Depending on what type of cartridge you say, those are the deal. Those are huge. Well, yeah, the biggest problem with the heater core is having to remove the dash. Wizard says, when possible, don't finance. Cash on barrelhead is more leverage and no usually extra cost. You need heat. I would tell you one time though, Eric, but I didn't live up there where it gets as cold for you. But gosh, a long time ago, were the kids? I don't know if the kids had been born yet, or if they had. They were still little, like real little, and I did that. Had the bypass, so had no heater core, and dude, I actually JC Whitney, and I had a 12-volt heater that I would plug in, and I would lay it on my lap while I drove that little Chevy Love, all packed up in that cab. It's what I use for heat. Mama Red, how are you, ma'am? Hopefully I didn't miss nobody. One thing about that chat, don't know if I missed anybody. Sorry if I missed you playing around with this chat thing. Moose Man, what's up, buddy? I don't know how this is gonna go, but we're gonna try it. Hey, Echo, how are you? That's the link if somebody wants to try it out. See how it goes coming up. I don't know. It's all a work in progress. Dude, what, Chad? You getting sick? All day just been sleeping. You need to drink you some of that, what is it, Tiger? Is it Tiger, Sophie, Milkmaid? One of them ladies come up with a good concoction of stuff to drink. I forgot who that was. Ooh. Son, that's a trip on big screen. That'd be the shiznit. Fire cider. I think that's what Tiger was talking about. Because it had something to do. Yeah, because it had cider. And there was that was the other thing. There was another thing with the peelings, but then there was well, that's my thing, Moose Man. That's what I used to do. Just wrap up and sweat it out. Does that chat seem to be okay for most people? Watching and you're looking at your screen. Is that useful having that chat up there? I know Josh says it's helpful for him, but is having the chat on the screen like that, is that helpful for everybody? I gotta say, I kind of dig it, although I don't really dig looking at myself on a big screen all by myself kind of thing. But I kind of dig having that chat nice and big. What's up, Monty? Oh, okay, there you go, Shad. I'm only watching the YouTube chat. Well, see, this comes up. This is the YouTube chat, and it should be coming up on YouTube, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, it doesn't. So the on-screen chat doesn't show on a phone. Well, that's kind of crappy. What's the point in having on-screen chat? Gmail, Luke, I'm not your father. What's up, Blackwatch? I see both chats on your phone. Oh, okay. Well, Restream has this option. You ain't got to do anything special. I mean, I could literally turn it off and turn it on. The chat is showing up on panel, but I'm on my phone, so I can't read it. Oh, okay, got you. Oh, hey, Milkmaid. My mama had a mixture of half-pound horehound candy, 1 pound pint whiskey, half-cup honey, quarter cup lemon juice. Yeah, Milkmaid, try and restream. I don't know if anybody could get the link to work because nobody came up. So I don't know if it's because it didn't work or. I think I'm. Oh, what Monty said? No elevator music. Well, yeah, actually. don't know. No, I mean, I know that it's kind of similar as far as this is out because apparently it's come up with mechanic industry, but I don't know how that's going to on the guest level company and all that looks like. Oh, okay. The background must be really predominant. Y'all can hear me now, though, right? Okay. So I guess if I play that audio, Gmo, right? Yeah, that's all. That's what it was. Oh well. I'm gonna slowly figure out OBS and then I'll get it incorporated. And if I don't know, man, I don't know. I'm still. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. To be honest, I hadn't made up my mind exactly what I'm doing. What's up, D Dog? Is this a test? Oh, kind of, sort of, Millmate. I mean, I was sitting here and I didn't notice anybody was on doing anything. And I thought, well, okay, well, just a real quick synopsis. I basically got the restream. I was going to try it, changed my mind, contacted them. They said, oh, you can't get a refund, even though it said 7-day money back refund. But and I was like, oh, shit. So I'm stuck with it. So I kind of have until the 28th. I have 2 days to make up my mind if I'm going to do this and save $6 or am I going to go stay with StreamYard. So I thought, hey, nobody's on doing nothing. I'll give this shit a shot and see how it's like. I like the on-screen chat. I think that's pretty cool. You can do it through OBS, but I don't know, man. I just thought I'd try it. And hell, you want me to be really honest with you? I'm just trying to figure out if I even want to continue to do this shit. It's like, man, it's kind of like a damn prison rec yard or something. It's like you think business is normal. It's like, okay, I'm just going on about my business. Next thing you know, it's like, oh no, all this other shit is done fired up and this, that, and the other, and butt hurt here, butt hurt there, and I don't know, man, sideways talk here, sideways talk there. And it's like, if you're wondering why the country's going up in fucking smoke, it's because nobody can focus on just basic shit. I like StreamYard, but I'm a cheap ass and just use the free version besides. I don't go live that much. Man, I have definitely learned, that's why I said it. And by the way, YouTube, little pricks, Apparently, when I did my little happy Thanksgiving thing, the little bastards put it on a timer. So all of a sudden it just went poof. And it's like, well, what kind of shit is that? So my post and everybody's little responses just went poof. I don't know. But, oh, damn. I guess I'm starting to believe again. I don't know, man. I feel like I've been down this road so many times over the years. And I'm a sucker, because I will try to help somebody, you know. Oh, I could turn the timer off. Well, see, I didn't even know it had the damn timer on it. All right, later, mermaid. I don't know, man. And I've said it. I mean, I've acknowledged from the day one, I only get to know the people, the person that somebody lets me know, so whether it's true, accurate, I don't know. I mean, and I don't know, man. People are something else, dude. Real shit's, I think, damn near gone. Maybe this all needs to fucking go to shit. Maybe then it'll bring the character out again or something. I don't know. So much shitty stuff. Hey, Pappy Two Bears. Welcome. Little Turkey Day bump rescue. Well, man, I've learned. It's kind of like in my Thanksgiving Day thing that basically it took down. I'm thankful for meeting everybody, whether that was good or bad, to be honest, because it's all a learning curve. Whether meeting somebody was bad right out the gate, it's a learning curve. Whether it was shiv in the back, it's a learning curve. Whether it's a trip up, it's a learning. Everything, it's all a learning curve. It's just all in perspective. And I got kind of caught up, I think, because I haven't been very social for a while. And then this last year, I kind of really started to come out of that. And I think by coming out of that, I somehow didn't pay attention that I was basically rekindling that thought, of faith in humanity kind of thing. Right, Papa Two Bear. I hope you got all the wobbles from eating all those gobbles. Hey, David in, Mr. Ross. And anybody that's come by and I hadn't seen you, just trying out this new little thing with Restream and this on-screen chat thing, and it's kind of, I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, dang. Well, that sucks. I don't know though. Part of me was all up in my own shit, and kind of start that, but then man, you come on here and hell, you never know what the hell's around the flipping corner. God dang, man, some thumbnail it's like, oh my God, you got to do this or everybody's going to die. Or it's this thing over here with, oh, so-and-so's an asshole. Or it's this that, oh, you can't do that. You shouldn't trust them. Or it's always constant shit. I mean, I get it, man. We're in some deep shit. But you sit here and whine about it and it ain't going to do no damn good. And pointing at everything far away ain't going to do no good. Shit. But rescue, you gave me back faith in humanity that real people still exist and can do YouTube without being fake. Yeah, I'm not fake, but I tell you this, doing this YouTube shit, something else. It just, man, you sit here and I don't know. It's just, I could whine and bitch. I ain't going to do all that, but I get flustered. And I'd say this, and I don't mean it to come across ugly as it probably would, but you feel like I understand that people are only showing me a limited version, but I gotta say, man, sometimes you wonder, it's like, damn, dude, sick fucks that actually will intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that sounds, but and it's like, oh, heaven forbid. It's almost like misery loves company. So it's like if you get in a good mood, then you've got those little shits that want to crawl out and somehow they'll try to bring you down. You know, it's like, oh, wait, look, man. And this is going to sound really shitty. So I'm just going to fucking say it. I don't care. It's almost like because I got a channel and I don't do some narrative shit. I don't do some story. I don't get up here with the news and here, let me tell you how you should do your life. Let me tell you the end of the world. Because I don't do any of that. All I do is sit here and hang out. I literally just hang out, listen to people, get to know about them, have expanded, my thought process. But somehow there's people that get pissy about that because, ooh, more people showed up in your room than over here. Or, man, look at that. That dumbass got more clicks than I get. And it's just like, what the fuck, dude? And yet everybody gripes about how the world is falling apart. And it's like, so this is the solution? I don't know, man. I'm flustered. And I'm having a hard time because you try to adapt to this digital bullshit versus real world shit that you can deal with real world shit. But this digital shit, it's digital shit. And it's like, dang, man, doesn't anybody ever want any fucking thing better out of life? Like, don't you want to kind of like start a day and go, hell yeah. Who the hell likes to wake up and going, oh, this sucks so bad. Everything sucks. I mean, what? It's like, what? I don't know, man. And I'm sorry if I just missed a bunch of people. What's up, TT1, Miss Snooks, Farmer Son? Bert, what's up, brother? There you go, Bert. That's one of my buddies. I hadn't seen him in forever in a minute. Man, it just, And I'm not trying to like slam on anybody or nothing. And it's like, but it's just, damn, man, people don't, you, to get something positive in life, then you have to generate that positivity. So you have to drive that, that push. And it's like, you got, and I've tried to say this, and try to just show people it's like, man, there's so much negative shit out there. It's like one of those Linus clouds that just follows you around. There's just so much negativity. And you really have to exert yourself. You really have to put effort into finding the positive. You know? Oh, let me do the YouTube thing. Where's he at? Before I got sick, I was always glass half full guy, and now even more so. I try to make every day. See, man, I have pushed the last 30 plus years of trying to tell myself that you've got to keep trying. You just got to keep going. You got to find the good. And I don't know, man, I got so down and shit because I already felt just here. It's like I was down. Well, then you kind of come out of it. And I'm here and I'm feeling a lot better, got out of my muck. And then it's kind of like as I plateau and it's like, okay, this is cool. It's like, oh no, a bunch of other shit. Oh, hey, Mr. Josh got this to work. Let's see how this goes. Hold on, Josh. Well, I kind of got him. It's showing the network connection is bad or something, Josh. I don't know. 2 times. Hey, there he is. It took it a minute for it to come in, Josh. No, your mic's not working. You're getting closer again. But that's definitely something to be grateful for and raise your spirits. Right? All for his kingdom. And I do. I try to find the positive, and that's what I've been trying to stay on. But to be honest, there was like little spots and people you talk to, and then all of a sudden, and I don't mean this any certain way, so don't read more than this there, but sometimes it's almost like you friend with somebody and then all of a sudden it just like stops and you kind of go, well, what happened? And I'm an empathetic kind of guy. It's actually I'm both extremes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There you are, Josh.
There you go.
I'm both extremes. I can grab you by the ankles and I can bounce your ass around on the floor, or I can turn around and pick you up and carry you 100 yards. I, I've been both, and I can be. It's a decision process. I choose to be the better. I choose to be you know a good person.
Hi, everybody.
Totally.
Yeah, I like it on the computer better. If easier would be a lot bigger on my end.
Okay, cool deal, Josh. Well, if it'll help somebody, then it saves me $6 on a StreamYard subscription. So that's why I'm trying it out. It's $6 cheaper than StreamYard. So if I can get it to work, then I'm just going to try to use this. So
Now, I don't know how it will work when you have 5 or 6 people up here, but yeah,
I ain't
from
got to
my
worry
end,
about that.
it will really big.
Were you able to come up backstage okay, Josh? Like
Yeah,
you just clicked on it and it loaded up like StreamYard does?
yeah, all I had to do was put my name in.
Okay. Okay, cool. But no, there's people you reach out to and I don't know, man. I've ran into that out even in real life. I've wasn't long ago. Well, I say long. It's been quite a few years because that's got trust issues. But I don't know. I ain't gonna do all that. All I know is that man, I don't know. I don't like chasing my tail. That's not for me. And then apparently, if I don't want to do that, then it's like, you kind of get kicked to the curb if you're not going to run around and panic and shit and do the doom gloom shit. And I'm just not a doom gloomer, man. I mean, it's like, oh, wait, that's a problem. My mind automatically kicked over to a solution. I just don't know any other way to think of shit. If there's a problem, you go for a solution. If you don't need a solution, yeah, you ain't got a problem. It's just kind of that easy. Thank you, Big Chat. Yep. Everyone make sure in chat that you're in live chat, not top chat.
Yeah, I don't like it when YouTube does that, because then I have to switch my live chat, top chat to live chat.
Yep. It's by default they do that.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that. That makes me mad.
Yep. And just so everybody knows, so if you leave and come back, you got to do it all over again because it's just the default setting. No matter every time you go to a channel, it'll put you in a top chat.
Yeah, that was my aunt on camera last night when we were all on Bonnie's channel. I'll be down here. I'll be going home for like a week, and then I'll be back down next weekend.
All right. Well, I hope you have had a good Thanksgiving with your aunt and stuff, Josh.
Yeah, I did.
That is cool. Right, Snooks? That's seeing it. I actually feel weird because, how do I say this? Sometimes when I'm up here talking, I feel like I'm whining simply because it's not a real situation to just, per se to where you can go, see, this is the issue, need to address that, need to address this and because it's YouTube and it's all across the world and it's 24/7 and it's 365 and person A today will be person B tomorrow, and what'll catch you is if you don't really pay attention to it, well, person A might come in to pat you on the back, or person B, same person, but they'll show up to just talk shit or something, or to fire up stuff. And it's because people just enjoy watching that. It's people enjoy watching drama. People enjoy watching that shit.
I got to run, but I just came up to say hi.
Thank you, sir. Well, that way you help me test out the backstage thing. So now I know how that at least works, like StreamYard, because I didn't know what that looked like.
Yeah, all they have to do is just put in their name and then hit join. So.
Good deal. Well, thank you, Josh, and I hope you have a great day, buddy.
You too. Catch you later.
Okay, buddy. Save the drama for your llama, right, Snooks? The drama llama. Reminds me of Winamp. Hey, D. And yeah, hey, Miss Lisa. Yeah, I was kind of just venting. I don't know. I didn't mean to start it out that way. Well, yeah, I did. Never mind. I didn't know I was gonna vent 100% just because I didn't even know if anybody would even show the hell up. To be honest, hell, I was trying to figure this out. I was actually on the support with Restream because the shit didn't want to talk to YouTube. So then I did this, and I don't know. Nobody was on doing anything, and I thought, well, let me see. And then as people pour in, it's kind of like, well, there is some shit on my chest, so how about this? And then we'll just see. We'll see who's left when the dust settles. But I don't know, man. I used to watch people with kids, and I used to go, how does that happen? How do you bring a life into this world and then walk away, or not make that like the most ultimate thing in your life? How does that happen? And that used to bumfuzzle me, man. The whole time I raised my kids, I'd see other people. I'm like, do you not like worry about what you know, what your kid's doing and and now you look and it's like, oh man, it ain't just kids. Shit. It's shoes, pants, cars that are driven, music that's listened to, on YouTube. What channels do you go to? Oh, you go over there. Oh, you go over there. Oh, you talk to him. And it's just like weird shit. But then you hear everybody, no matter where you go and you sit and you listen, oh, they're all talking about the bad shit that's happening in the world, prices, food prices going up and gas going up and this going down and that going down. But then you turn around and you go, what the fuck, man? And I'm sorry for I've been cussing so dang much. I just feel so pissy. It's unbelievable. What's up, best life? Because I don't know, man. One thing that's frustrating is this digital world shit. And ain't nothing I can do about it. I'd love to be able to help everybody. I don't have a problem with that. And I thought, well, shit, this would be cool. And it's like kind of having this little vibe. And then all of a sudden, it's like the rug gets pulled out. And then you're kind of like, Because I got to say, sometimes I come on here and I enjoy talking with y'all. I really do. I sit here. I think that's what, all right, pardon the French, but we're just got to be, I don't know. Some days I feel like I try to be a cleaner mood, but sometimes you just got to use what's available. But I think I'm so out of the fucking norm on YouTube that's why some of these people just can't get it. There is no narrative. I'm not raising money. I ain't sponsoring shit. I ain't trying to sell you shit. Hell, I personally wish none of y'all would spend a dime and save it all. Give it to your kids, your grandkids. Buy them shit. I really just came on here to sit here and kind of go, hey, what's up? Listen. Oh, yeah. And it's like, oh, there's some, side thing going on. It's like, whatever, man. I don't know. I just do me, And I really do just do this and hang out. There's days I've literally, and I don't give a shit. People think about it, whatever what you want. But I've literally sat here and went, damn, I wonder what's up. I wonder how people are doing. And I get to looking around to see if any of y'all have, in channels that are talking or something. It's just to see how everybody's doing. And it's kind of like, oh, and then I'll go live. I go live just so I sit here and talk with you guys. I don't go live to, let me tell you the next best slice of bread. Oh, I'm going live. You got to buy this or everybody's going to go down. I just, and I love these latest things where everything is, they all have the answer. And then somewhere in this video, they're fixing to tell you about their sponsor, you know, the rare earth minerals. And it's like, wait, I thought you had my best well-being in mind. Oh, you want me to sign up for this? And it's like, yep, there you go. It's almost like watching the fire trucks come running down the street. They pull up, guys are dragging hoses, and the scene commander comes over to you and going, by the way, do you have your debit card before we, put it out anything? We're going to have to collect some money. And it's like, wait, what? And it's like, oh, never mind, load it back up. It's like, I thought you had a solution. I thought you were promoting a solution here, and all you're wanting to do is feed the same system that you're bitching about because you're wanting people to take monetary money and put it into some shit. That's how we got where we are. And I'm sorry I missed people in chat. And right, Bill. That's, click this link. You must know this information. The grid is going to go down. You just have to use one of these lights to save you. And here, use my promo code. Right? See, and I'm like, wow, that's crazy. Moose man, I use club crackers to beat my smoked oysters into submission. And let's see, I'm sorry, I scrolled up to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Probably say I don't follow any channel that wants you to join, buy a product, or have excessive commercial. Yeah. Hey, Miss Sharon. Well, because, think about it. Just, if anything, people should be promoting communication, get this whole, the system's all against us. Well, the system is just ran by people. So you replace the people, the system changes. So you can't just attack an object, oh, that's it. Let's get rid of every Ford that was ever made because of an auto wreck. No, let's go address the drivers of the vehicles. And it's the same mentality when it comes to this government shit. Don't get caught up in the category title. It's the people. What's up, TT1? If you don't buy this flashlight, you will be in the dark. Use my promo code. That's it. And I won't say, when I say this, if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. Well, it's good for you, you don't. But there is a certain person who does those little clips. And I do find it ironic that in the whole background is all these different makes and models and stacks of stuff. And it's like, all of those people don't go, by the way, the best way to stock up on your supplies is to create a YouTube channel and scare the living shit out of everybody, and they'll donate to you. And then you too can have all this same shit I got. You never hear that, but that's what they're doing. You want all these survivals, contraptions, and you need all these things. You too can get all this. All you have to do is create a channel and start suckering people. And all these companies will send you free shit. And then you can tell other people on YouTube how bad they have it and that the world's coming down around them, but yet you're getting free shit. Well, how come you don't pass that on? You know what I'm saying? Here's it, because this is my thought. If this was me and I'm sitting here and say I had Barlow knives, case knives, and oh hell, what's another damn old timer? A Buck. So we got Buck, we got Case, and we got I don't know, just Bob. What's a Bob knife? If those three companies send me knives to do reviews, and I review them and I go, this one's okay, and this one's okay, but out of these three, this is the best one. Me, you know what I'm fixing to do? What I'm fixing to do is I'm fixing to box up them other two that I didn't maybe like, or I might even go all three if I already have one that I do like. Then I would take all three of those and I would be giving them away. I would just be giving them away. Like, here, pick a number between 1 and 1,000. Oh, there you go. You got the right number. You send me your address. There you go. Oh, look, Mr. Generator Company A wants me to review their generator. Well, by gosh, I already got two. I don't really need it, but I'll review it. Yes, this looks like a good generator. Then you know what you do. You raffle the damn thing off and you give it to somebody because you're trying to tell people that this is useful. You know, I just, ugh. Personally, I'm so effing special that most of this shit flies away from me. You know, word rescue. Oh, yeah. Better. Oh, wow. Actually, I got to say, Big Chap, I just scrolled up to read that. And yeah, that had a purpose. We never need any of these people to begin with. So I can still live my life without this box. Yep. Hey, Miss Pamela. Benjamin, someone we've heard of, just bought a $1.7 million house cash by grifting silver pyramid scheme, hopium necessary. Wouldn't surprise me at all, Mr. Benjamin. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. My wife had a question. Morning. Hey, afternoon, Miss Random. And thank you, ma'am. Carpetbagger, snake oil salesman, rot wizard. That's, yeah, snake oil salesman. You know, because anybody, and I'll say this to everybody, I don't give a shit. If you're going to tell people that you're trying to help people, then you shouldn't be saying the doom and gloom shit. You should point out, here's the severity of the problem. Yes, but let's focus on the solution. When people aren't promoting that focusing on the solution, it's because that's not where their mind's at. You know, I might have been accused of being an asshole on here, and there might be times I have been, but my whole intention has ever been just to try to promote positive, something, bring a smile, look for the betterment. You know, got to promote the change you want to see. You can't just judge somebody and say, oh, they should. Because, when you point that finger, there's three more pointing right back at you. So when you're like, hey, you should, well, then there's three that are saying you should have been doing that all along too. So, when we call out people for stealing our tax money, well, are we grifting and stealing other people's money while we complain about them stealing our tax dollars? When we complain about a politician lying to us, well, does that mean that we're not wrong when we go lie to other people? See, people just, you need to carry yourself. Your character needs to be true to core. It just, And I don't know. I just get flustered, and I just wanted to vent, I guess. And thank you. I did. I hope your holiday was great. Also, I miss you too. Going live Monday. Yes. Shift's going live for Coffee with Friends Monday morning. And as soon as I get done with the doctor shift, I'm going to try to join in. Monday morning is my appointment with the spine doctor dude, the neurosurgeon or whatever the hell they call his ass. Supposedly he can fix some of the spots of binding, I think is the way that lady phrased it. Me too, Miss Pamela, me too. I hope that if they can just get me up where I can move around, I'll be good. I'll push myself through the rest. I just got to get past this part. Same thing with my neck. When they replaced half my cervical, that little old doctor was like, okay, now you're going to always have to be careful. You can't lift anything over 35 pounds. And I looked at that dude and I said, dude, you realize my thigh weighs more than 35 pounds? I said, am I not supposed to get out of bed? And he goes, well, you're going to have to be real careful. And all I can say is that was 20 years ago. Damn right, I know quit to the point that that's why I choose not to do that. People go, oh, I don't know how to quit. I don't know quit. Well, maybe you ought to get to know quit. Because when you get to know quit, it makes you want to avoid quit. You sit down and gnaw on a box of mac and cheese because everything's been taken away. You start to, there's where I think the why in the road. Some people stayed in the, the man's got me down, the system. It's just, it's always them. But it's like, well, what did you do? Because see, I've been there. And I guess that's why I come across like an asshole, and I'm not. I'm really not an asshole. I've got very slim room for excuses because I've walked those very things. I don't think there's too many things that people could probably tell me that I haven't experienced directly. So I don't just assume shit. And it's because I walked it. And by walking it, you go, okay, I know it can be done because I did it. Thank you, Mama.
They're stuck.
I don't know. And seeing you get around people that are always the poor me. And you're like, damn, dude, what are we doing? Are we doing? Oh, hey, check it out. Miss D. I got to say, I'm kind of digging this restream alert thing when somebody comes up because it's not just a little. Did you hear it too, D? It's like a bloop, bloop, bloop. it's not just a little. Wait a minute, what was that? It's like, okay, no, I heard that. That was pretty cool. Let's see, clicky this. There you are.
Well, here I am. I love everything you're talking. I only just tuned in about 10 minutes ago, but I'm like, damn. Yes, yes, check, check, check. Yes, yes, check, check, check. Everything with the, YouTube community and giving up, all of it. I mean, my husband's father gave up 40, and that's why he's so driven because he watched his dad give up. They were poor, really poor. I was really poor. We're both very driven people because we grew up in poverty. That'll do it to you.
Yep.
That'll motivate you. It really does. And also about the YouTube community, there's a community out here where a bunch of people did get together somewhere in Northern Cal. I don't know exactly where it is, but there's people in Humboldt also. They pull money together and buy land and stuff like that. And I was thinking the other day, the serious ones will do that. People will band together, and because you can see it happening with families now, they're starting to come back in the bigger homesteads, unless they're just completely fractured from the last 2 years, because that also happened too, right? But you know what I mean? I think generations are living together more, like family does. My mom is here, my kids are here. Mama T has kids and grandkids. Bonnie's living with her kids and grandkids because the times are hard financially, and so even communities can also, they did this. I didn't know about Slab City. Did you know about Slab City? He's all having fun with this. I had Restream before too. That's fun to mess around with it. Thank you. Hi, you guys. Hi, Milkmaid. Good to see you. I keep missing her because she's on in the wee hours of the morning. Right? Usually.
She
I
hadn't
got
even, well,
to catch her
actually the
doing
past
some. Oh, sorry.
past
Go ahead.
week or so, she hadn't even been on. She hadn't hardly been
Oh,
around.
yeah.
She'd been so many little things apparently around the house because it's getting to that freezing time of year. So
Right. Button down the hatches. Here comes old man winter to make your life miserable. So, but it does make you slow down. And that's the other thing you were talking about is rest. And I was hearing about what happened 20 years ago. So did you experience a severe accident? I'm not really sure why your body is so jacked up, man. What
do you,
happened
I,
to you?
I don't know where you want me to start with. I mean,
You
I can
just
just
like
start
your
from the
man.
time.
Where to begin?
So
Uh-huh.
from the time I met my wife, so wife that we've been right at 30 years thereabouts, I think. Uh, yeah, right around 30, 31, 32 years, somewhere in there. Well, I met my wife. Uh-oh, D left. She clicked the wrong thingy. But I've just been kind of, yeah. I met my wife as a physical therapist aide. I hurt my back then. Then we were together, and I see. So there was that, and then there was another back. I ran over, 2 strokes. There was some couple other things. Oh, a couple of falls, hurricanes, items fall on me. So yeah, I don't know, man. Take somebody, throw them in the dryer. That tumbler, that's pretty much was it. And I was fine until it's been my spine and my center core part, and then that's been changed everything. Oh, and by the way, afternoon kiss off. Oh, the battery went dead. Oh, I was going to look up because Jen was saying something about a hot water deal. Milkmaid, I have learned to take a cup of hot water to coop to unfreeze water containers for now. Mooseman said, I put a silicone pad heater from Amazon under my dog's water dish to keep it from freezing, like 30 watts, and it works great. Oh, there you go. Miss Pamela said, I have to change my thought process. It was an awakening the past 3 years. I was thankful for this community. It got me through a ton by listening. I'm learning so much. There you go. See, see, to me, I don't, I'm sure I did not participate in that at all, Miss Pamela, because, boy, and I've only been here for a year, and, well, I just throw things out there. So it's not like, but see, that should make anybody that does do this feel good, that if they're helping people, because I don't know, man, how do you say that the world's going to shit, but you're not even willing to help people? You know? Oh, Matt said, what did he say? I watched a documentary on Slab City. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Well, something's not working, D. Well, I just throw things out there, so it's
Oh,
not
there we
like,
go.
let's see.
Okay. I don't know. You guys know me, right? I'm no stranger to this stuff. Come on. This is the way it goes. Do I
This is the way.
care? No.
All
Do I
right.
let it stop me? No. We just
Huckleberry.
keep.
Hey,
Huh?
what's up, Mr. Matt?
Huckleberry. I'm your Huckleberry. I'm your Huckleberry. Yeah, you have. I didn't know you had strokes till the other day too, and then you were also put through a dryer apparently. So yeah,
Well,
yeah.
that was
Slab
just,
City.
that was like an analogy of what I've been, because
I know.
I met my wife with a back problem. Then since we've been together, I've fallen 2 more times,
Mhm.
and then I have fallen a few times off of poles. I've been run over. I had the 2 strokes. I've had
These are
some
these.
physical altercations. Uh,
No.
I don't know. It's just life, and you just,
Mhm.
I don't know boundaries very well, or so
Ow.
if you're
Is
supposed to
that
go from
what?
point A to point B, you either
Yeah.
go over it, around it, or through it. And sometimes I look at something and go, well, it's just too much to go around it. I'm just going through it. And then you just kind of, and it hasn't always been the
Bulldozer.
smartest decisions in life.
No, I mean detours are there for a reason, friend. They're there for a reason. But gotta love the tenacious. The driven. The flip side to stubbornness is determination. There was this great book written by somebody, Tobias and something else. It wasn't The Way They Learn, but they wrote the other book. But it was so great because it would always show you the perceived weakness as strength in people and children, because stubbornness is often looked at as a very negative thing, right? Oh, they're so stubborn. Yeah, well, that means they'll be one damn determined person when they become an adult. You won't be able to stop them real easily. That stubbornness is going to come in real handy when you go through a major psychological operation like the last 2 years. Congrats to all of you stubborns out there who kicked
Hey, Miss
ass the
Bambi.
last 2 years. They said
Afternoon,
we
Bambi.
were,
Thank you.
what they call us.
Deplorables.
Yeah, just the worst of the worst because we wouldn't take that thing.
Now we're just extreme because we don't agree with everything. See, and it's like that.
Yeah.
And that's what's kind of worked on me here lately is because
Hmm.
it's okay as we talk. Well, how much does the younger generation then pick up, and how do they interpret what they're hearing? How does a 15-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 9-year-old that's sitting in a room down the hall or something, how do they interpret what they're hearing their parents talk about or maybe even holler about into a YouTube or on their phone? And it's that the way we're talking and carrying ourselves in front of these kids sends a message. And I think sometimes people think, well, this is the message I intended to send. So this is the message that they got. And it's like, not so much. Because I know firsthand experience with my kids, you can repeat something and you can teach this, but if they walk out that door and for the next 10 hours they're exposed to something totally different, you're fighting an uphill battle
Mm-hmm.
because the path of least resistance is the one that's going to win out. So if you're one adult as a parent saying, well, you need to do this, and yet there are 10 other adults in another location or other places that are going, oh, no, you're just fine. Don't worry about that. Well, all of a sudden, the validity of what you say doesn't mean anything. That has importance because those kids are now going to grow up. Well, those kids now have kids. Now those kids are starting to have kids. At some point, we need to kind of collectively slow our roll and go, okay, you know what? Maybe we need the John Wayne examples. Maybe we need those type of role models because
Hell yeah, we do. Of course we
that
do.
taught character.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple things here. People are at me about my little stubbornness, and stubbornness is the negative connotation. The flip side, this has to do with raising children and recognizing those traits in children and help to nurture them in a positive way. So I know people on Everest were ambitious, whatever. Death is so final that I would never argue about somebody's final rest. I mean, that's obviously to them, but I don't think any of them would regret on Mount Everest. I mean, that's a pretty epic place to go. If you're going to go, you're going to be remembered as either a badass or stupid, depending on whose perspective it is. That's the beauty of what you're saying right there. Some people will look at people that died on Everest as fools, and some people will look at them and go, damn, they lived their dream. Fuck yeah. I want to die like that. I want to die not stupidly, but I want to die in an epic place doing something that's just borderline ludicrous, silly, crazy. If that's their drive, that would never be me, by the way. I don't even like backpacking. I'm like, isn't donkeys are for? Why am I carrying this shit? I'm not into it. So, I think the people that died on Everest are a little bit touched, myself personally, but I think you missed the point because I'm not propping up stubbornness. I'm saying is it you can recognize it in a person both negatively and positively. And as a parent, you want to obviously nurture that determination side, hell out of that stubborn side. Just knock the shit right out of that one because that'll definitely not serve them well later in life. I've got some. I'm dealing with some stubborn children. I'm stubborn. My husband is stubborn. We're all very self-governing type of people. I would say that's probably all of our traits here in this room. If you're a self-governing type of person, unless you're totally not like Rescue and I think a lot like you think when you speak. I think a lot of people feel just like you do. They just won't say it. They feel like I do. They just won't say it. I got last week. I got attacked by a Christian sister patriot because my friend Christina did a video about. She said, "Is MAGA the same as Stockholm syndrome?" Okay, and I didn't really know about syndrome. Okay, but she she did a stream about it, and she had an abusive husband who was abusing her daughters, and she didn't know. And at some point, look, if it were to turn on us, obviously we'd all have experienced Stockholm syndrome, who were thinking he was a good guy. right? Because this is abuse. That was her point of the stream. Well, one of the Christian Patriot sisters said, ha ha, or something like lots of to even imply such a thing as lunacy. And I got so upset. I'm like, lunacy? I mean, I don't even know. It just got really
I,
ugly.
well,
I
I
told her
will
she was a
say,
mocker.
I don't know if lunacy would be the word. I personally don't agree with MAGA being a Stockholm syndrome. But then again, I don't feed that narrative.
No,
I refuse
I
to
don't
cater to what
either,
people
but it
will
was a
say.
fun debate.
MAGA means make America
Yeah.
great again. I have no problem making my country great again. So, because some people
Amen.
with a certain mentality want to then
Mhm.
refluff those words to mean supposedly something else or to be a topic, I don't care. That's your problem, not mine. MAGA to me is
Mhm.
an abbreviation
Right.
for making America great again. It's kind of like somebody
Right.
going the sun. Well, people go out and lay and tan in the sun. Some people worship a sun. Some people
Mhm.
hide from the sun. So it's like, what does that mean? Oh, but the sun. See, there's no, I don't know. I get so flustered because simple terms are being polluted down because it's like the Green Deal. Well, I'm sorry. If you say that, I'm just going to look at you and go, well, that's stupid. And I move on. And people are like, oh, you're very closed minded. No, I'm not, dude. I'm not going to sit here and debate for 8 hours. 2 + 2 = 5. It's like it's a stupid conversation. Why would I engage in it?
Right.
Well, the new Green Deal,
Right.
we're all going to go lithium. And it's like, whatever. That doesn't even make sense. It's not feasible. It's not reality. Well, same shit whenever you start saying there's 60 something genders. No, there's not. I'm sorry that you're having some issues and that you're trying to find a scapegoat for something, but it's just a
Right.
reality. There's only two. Like it,
Right.
don't. It don't matter. So there's just, and see, and
Mhm.
I get called an asshole because I don't engage in a lot of these
Mhm.
because I just don't want to perpetuate it. It's like, well, I'm not even giving that credit. That's when I
Mhm.
do have a problem. And here's where I'll piss people off. So this is rescue the asshole. See, I don't agree with all this certain individuals
Right.
as how there's a
Okay.
big plan of things, the big
Mhm.
grand scheme of things. I don't agree with this prophetic stuff. I think it's a
Mhm.
disrespect
Mhm.
to God. And I think that
Mhm.
when judgment, that people will have to be accountable for their actions. And I don't think you can ring around
Mhm.
here,
Mhm.
and,
I
and
was going to
show me.
mention that earlier. I
Show
was
me
going to
where
mention
I've
that.
never
Yep.
read that in the Bible, but does anybody know of us in there any of the engagements that it talks about throughout the Bible, throughout the whole history of where everybody was just told to sit down and don't do anything, just sit?
No, I
No,
don't.
there's nothing. So I don't understand where some of these people come from because that kind of does piss me off because that's playing on people's faith.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to try to judge, but I am supposed to hold people accountable because your yes is supposed to be a yes and your no is supposed to mean no. So people think, see, and there's where some of this little skating by shit, they say, oh, well, you're not supposed to judge. You're right. It's not my place to judge you. It is my place to hold you accountable. And that's actually
Sure.
talked about throughout the whole Bible.
What's
You know,
also is every word we speak, we will be accountable to. Every word we speak, we will be held accountable to. That's a heavy statement when I think the only thing prophetic wise that is to be looked at right now is the book of Revelation. It's not Revelations, it's Revelation. It's one revelation of John when he was on the island of Patmos. It was his vision he saw. And he's the same one that wrote the Gospels of John.
mm-hmm.
And
How many people jump all the way to Revelation so that they can
I
see
think
how the end time's going to come, but they're
every
not
Christian
even
at
working on
first,
their day
every
to day
Christian,
skills and their
yeah,
relationship with God day to day. So if you don't
right,
do that day to day, well, why bother shooting
yeah.
on what's going to happen at the end?
Have you?
Work on the day to day. And if
Well,
more people
because when
did
you
that,
first,
the
well,
message gets
yeah,
changed.
because when you first, are coming to God or coming back to actually being able to read the book, because I saw so much, I saw real abuse being gone on with it within my family too, and somebody's shield behind a church a good church that I would love today, a Maranatha music church like Vineyard, Calvary Chapel, Branch Shoot, totally loved the church, but I would have nothing to do with it. I grew up Catholic, then that happened. And so finally I read it. I don't even know what I was saying, but what'd you ask again? What'd you
I was
ask?
just talking about how people are always going straight over to Revelations, but
Yeah, because
they're
it's
not
so
building on their day-to-day
fascinating
relationship with God, day to day,
at
their
first.
personal
Yeah,
character in a way.
you're
And see,
right.
and
They
that's
do
really,
that.
you should be brought to your knees, and
Yep.
you should be, then you subservient to God, because then you will open yourself up. This is all mine. I ain't trying to preach to nobody, and I usually don't do it like this. So you just have to skip over this part if you don't like
That's
it.
cool.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's
But
cool. It's your channel.
when
You get
life
to.
will bring down and you'll hit your knees, and when you do, you'll become subservient to God.
Yeah.
And when you become a subservient to God, you'll open yourself up. And when you do, you'll be just like a child looking up at their father, and you'll be asking for guidance. And
Yes.
I know from my personal take, when I did that, it did not shoot me to the end times. It shot me into my honesty, into my character, into my drive, into being true to
Sure.
my nature, to core.
Yeah, we did that
Because
too,
that's
but
where
we
I
read
needed to be, because
Revelation
I was
too.
on my knees.
Yeah.
I had fell to my knees. I needed to build
Yeah.
myself back up. I didn't, and so that's, and it's ironic because a long time ago when I used to see this growing up, and I used to, even for a while, I thought I was saved, but see, I didn't change that. You play a role and you say words and you think, oh, this, and it's like, it's none of that matters. It's your heart and your soul. And it's that blipping thought that just went into your mind that you don't admit to nobody else, but
Yeah.
God knew.
That's
See,
right.
so you sell a picture. Oh, I'm this, I'm this. And it's like, well, that's funny because there's this little dark part in your heart and God will see that. So that's what I worked on. I had to work on that. And I remembered seeing so much of this gestures. And I did it. Hell, I read the whole book twice because I thought, okay, I'm studying, and it's not a textbook like that. And this time around, when it really, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I got really humbled and I brought down. It was a whole different eye opener then, because then it was just opening, and then it was like, as I'm reading, my own situations, my own emotions start to show through. And it's almost, I feel like I'm being read to, even though I'm reading it. And see, and then that's when it started to click for me. And then but I'm real, I don't do the church talk. I don't do, because these are all man-made symbolical things. Big column pillars. Well, that's funny. I just don't remember reading any of these stories where that was his mission in the New Testament. How many did, I don't read this building journey that he took, like, let me build all these buildings across the land. I missed that part. I guess mine skipped that chapter. But there's all this glorification in these buildings, and I'm just right down the road from that piece of shit Joel Osteen, and all I can ask God is, everything I've been through, can I just please can I sit on the bench when he has to pony up? That's all I'm asking. No matter which way I go, can I just watch when he has to pony up? Because that one's going to be a good one. Because it's just the hypocrisy of it. It's you mock God. And I don't understand why there's another little thing. If you say that word, all of a sudden there's all this connotation gets thrown into it. You get, you become associated to an experience that somebody had in this Presbyterian church in this state, in this city, or you're associated to this Catholic church that they had a bad experience with in this city, in this town, or you're associated to this Baptist church. And it's like, but I don't even believe in all that. I have a faith-based relationship with God. That's it. And I've actually been, and I've talked about this before, I actually kind of got, not jammed up, but kind of got pestered about debating. And I go, well, what do you want me to debate? It's a faith-based relationship I have with God. What are we debating? I mean, you're not involved. What am I debating with? Well, your belief, but it's my belief. How do you debate your belief? Oh, see, this is when you start falling for people trying to disrespect. God because they're trying to shun it. They're trying to embarrass. And
Mhm.
you shouldn't have to justify. Your relationship with God is totally yours. That's why I
I
don't
will
push
not.
mine
I
on
do not.
nobody.
Yeah.
You want to, if I'm in a good mood and you were to go, hey, why are you in a good mood, Rescue? What the, oh, you know
That's
what?
the elementary.
I feel like God kind of reached down and, blessed me today. Well, you'll either go, cool, and walk on. I'm not chasing after you to go, but let me tell you how. But if you
Be
go,
ready to give
oh,
him
really?
an
How
answer
did he
for
bless
every
you,
man
Rescue?
who
And
asks
then I
you.
turn around and I go,
Yeah.
well, this is how he did it. Well, see,
Be ready.
but
That's
people
right.
you either have people that attack people for believing in a God, or you have people
Yes.
that are using God and attacking people for them not
Yes.
believing in Him. And it's like, well, both
But
of you
there's
are wrong.
also real people who, you know, who do truly love God, and they're the ones that a lot of times they're not on camera. They don't want to be on camera. They're just doing their thing out and they're working, they're living their life, like I think a lot of us. I think the debate is the church is full of sinners. It's just a gathering place. And a lot of our communities don't, let me turn off this thing. Um, we don't participate in church because we're so fed up with all the bullshit in it. And I get it. Um, our church is just a building. It was called Celebration Hall, and a lot of Calvary chapels are like that. There's some bigger, elaborate ones. I see that Marilyn Markle's going after. She put Chuck Smith's name on the list for trafficker, and also she said Greg Laurie, which shocked me. I mean, I've followed Greg Laurie for a long time. He's done crusades down in so I don't trust her either. She doesn't seem very credible at all to me either, but I don't know what to believe anymore. But our
Here
church,
you
we
go.
just study the Bible like a college textbook. That's why I liked Calvary Chapels. The pastor will talk. There is a system set up. There are no women pastors in Calvary Chapels, only men. They are run it like a dictatorship. There is a board, but the pastor final say because they've seen how church boards can be. You can't get unless somebody can have the final say. And so that's how those were. But they board. My husband was on the board for. I did children's ministry. I've seen all inside guts of the church, and I've seen a lot of women get picked off, and which is why I keep sitting my ass in church, my eyes on them and them girls because they're victims. Because predators church and all the good people leave church, then who's left? It's like we gotta
But
take
you
our
don't need a church.
buildings back over. Yeah,
You
they
don't need a
shouldn't be
church.
these,
You don't need
giant
a
colors.
church. All you need are two or
Well,
more gathered.
yeah, you
I'm
do
there.
because that's where people are.
No, you don't. See, there's the
The
problem. You're
church
still
is the
relying
church
on a
is Jesus'
man-created building.
bride.
You mean the building
I'm
he
not
walked
relying
into
on
that they
anything,
had
but I
polluted
know
with
what that the
gambling and
church
stuff
is.
and then flipped the tables on? Because I know that in the Bible, the
Yeah,
phrase is plainly stated, where two or more are gathered, I will be there.
they gathered.
So shall
Yeah,
I.
they
However,
gathered.
it's phrased
They
depending on
gathered
the
in
testament, but where
rooms.
two people,
Hmm.
two people sit down on a rock
I
and
understand
want
that.
to have
That's
a
a
meeting with
church
God,
too.
they're there.
I
Yeah,
understand
the church
that
is you.
too. I
You
think that our
are the person
community,
is the church.
few places,
And you have people that are
I know, but
blessed to be teachers
can I make
and
my
that lead
point? Can I
people,
please make my
but you
point?
have people
Can
that
I
do this
just make my?
professional type thing.
I just
So
want to
you
make a
just
point
go
here.
ahead. Yep,
I just want to make
you
one point.
were. I was responding.
No, I haven't actually got to get it out. I haven't actually got to get out my point. My point is, these are just buildings. Yes, these are few buildings that we can still gather in today with our religious beliefs and our constitutional rights and speak freely. There are not very many buildings that we have and worship our God together, which is something I enjoy doing. I don't preach it to people. I'm just telling people why I go. I've seen women be abused, children be abused, and these are places that people are going to continue to be drawn. So I think it's important for us to gather in those places. Hell's Angels used to do it, and they used to call out pastors like Joel Osteen. Back in the 70s, that's what they used to do. And they took those buildings back over. So I know we're having church. I'm not arguing that where two or more are gathered. I'm not saying that That's, I'm just saying, we also, don't forget, we do have these buildings. The apostles met in the upper room. So, we're meeting in it too. People get very defensive. It's not,
No, to me, it's just a building structure, though, and there's so much
to me,
emphasis
it's
put
a
on
lot
that
of
building
women and
structure, and there
children that are
shouldn't be, because it's
victims
more
today.
about the
That's where
relationship
your
with
victims
God
are.
instead. But go
That's
ahead.
where your victims are. That's where your victims are. Just saying. Ignore it all you want. I'm
It's
telling
not
you.
ignoring it. It's called trying
Yeah,
to build a
a
true
lot of people are
relationship. But
ignoring
go
it.
ahead, over talk, because then that way nobody hears anything. Just say, go ahead, because you're missing the point.
Oh, I've heard the point, Rescue. I've heard the excuses lots. I think I know what you're saying.
Well, that's where you're wrong, ma'am. Sorry, but D, I won't be insulted till so I don't come up with
I'm not
excuses. I
insulting
have a
you.
valid reason why I do
I'm
not
not
go to church.
insulting
I
you
have a
saying
valid
I've
reason
heard
why I
it.
don't believe in those
I,
man-made
okay.
created buildings. I have a valid reason for that.
Okay.
It's not an excuse. I've
Okay.
been through a shitload in my journey of life. The
I'm
last thing I
talking
need is
about
an
children and
excuse.
women. You haven't addressed you at
I'm
all.
talking about
You've ignored
humans.
it.
I'm talking about
You're
people.
ignoring
I'm
the
talking
issue I'm
about
bringing
humans
up.
having a relationship with God, and
Okay.
then they're not going to abandon their responsibilities as a parent. They're not going to abandon their responsibilities to be a viable part of society. They're not going to be viewing it that way. Why? Because they will have established a relationship with their Father, with God, which will install a moral compass into them, which then puts things back on a righteous path. And it has jack shit to do about a building. It has to do with a person, a soul having a relationship with God. That is what it's all about. Any
Yeah,
object
that's what
means
that's
nothing.
about. That's what that's about. I'm talking about something different. You're
But
talking
that's
about
how all the
salvation.
rest of this
I'm not.
changes. How many people with a relationship with God are going to go and rob a bank? How many people with a
I'm not
relationship with
talking
God are
about
going to
your
go and
relationship,
molest a
Rescue.
woman? How many people
I'm
with a
not.
relationship
I'm
with
not
God are going to go
talking about
harass or abuse a child?
your
Nobody. So what
relationship.
does it do? It solves all those problems, is what it does. Why? Because you establish a relationship with God.
I'm not talking about your relationship with God. I'm talking about a building and where victims today are, where victims of molestation are sitting. That's the point I'm trying to make here. But hey, you can rewatch it later and see. I wasn't pushing church. I wasn't shoving church. I'm saying, yeah, those are buildings that we still have that we could gather, and we need to protect our girls and boys. And just, being part of our community, where else can we go? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying your relationship is dependent on church. That's where everybody goes when I try to make these other points about the building, about the victims, about be the change you want to be, then show up and make that church what it should be. How else is it ever going to be any different if we just keep but no, but it's okay because you are the church where you're at, and this is good enough. So I'm not gonna. It's done. We've talked it out. I enjoy my church. I don't enjoy every aspect of it. I'm even discriminated at my church, but I'm not gonna let them push me out. I'm not gonna let them push me out.
I
You
almost
know.
feel like you might have been attacked about going to church, and I wasn't attacking you going to church. I'm just don't put on any emphasis on those buildings, because that building isn't going to matter if the people inside of it haven't established a relationship with God. Otherwise, you're just going to have what we've been having for hundreds of years. It's the same building, same structure. Some of these places have even been around for hundreds of years, and they still conduct themselves the same way they have. So, but it's the people inside there, you know.
Yeah,
Westboro Baptist
the best
Church, there's your
people.
prime example.
I've
There's a
met some of the
title,
best
Westboro
people.
Baptist Church, but those people are about the most ugliest representation
Right.
of any. Ooh, those people are disgusting. But there's a title. They got a building. So see, that's
I
why I
know.
don't put emphasis. I'm not knocking anybody's church. What works for you works for you. That's all I ever try to promote. It's people try to box this
I
in that you have to do this. And to me, it's not. It's an open relationship with God. If that drives you to that building, then there you go. If it drives you out to that field to talk to that dude on that plow, there you go. If it talks you down to that stream and you run into a dude fishing, that's the word of God just slowly filtering out. that changes things.
Yeah.
That changes.
Well, I guess just for me, my husband and I have both helped set up the church that we're at. That's a nice, good sized church with a good pastor. Now, back when there was just a few people, we used to go there. It used to be a reception hall the night before. So we'd walk in, it smelled like beer. We would mop it up, set it up. Then we left that church after about 20 years and went to another church, and we used to set up the chairs just to have people be able to gather and play music and read the Bible. It's a shame that it gets attacked like it does. It's just, I don't know what to say.
Well, who attacks your church? People around your area that don't agree with that or something, or who's attacking you at your church?
These kind of conversations when you try to encourage people.
Oh, so you're accusing me of attacking
No,
your church?
I'm of attacking my conversation or saying you need church to have a relationship with God. That wasn't what I was saying. That whole thing got skewed. You misunderstood.
I didn't say you said that. I just said that I don't think that people need a building. Mm-hmm. I didn't say you were saying that. Right. You got real defensive. And I think maybe it's that you got issues with your church. I didn't attack nobody, man. If somebody can go and meet in a damn portable building and they call that their church, and if they're singing hymns and they're playing piano and they're having an awesome time, then that would be a good thing. But if people go over to this church and they're saying, yeah, man, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel this, well, then that's not representing something good. I don't give a shit about either one, because I won't be going probably to either one unless God leads me that way. Because mine is sitting right there. I open that book, I sit right here, I put on my glasses, and I start reading, and then I get on and share with you guys. And sometimes I think that this is part of my lessons is whenever because I get to questioning and I get to thinking and I get to looking and studying, and next thing I know, I have some weird, and I've even brought it up. I've been laying in there and said, I ain't going to get on. And then it's like, nope, some little voice tells me. So see, that's my day to day. I'm not questioning whatever. I don't know. I'm going to correct anybody that tries to throw me into a corral. If I say somebody directly, like if I knew your church and I was directing it to your church, then I would say, D, your church, and then I would list out factual ding, 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 ding. I don't do this categorized talk to where the new Green Deal will just categorize and umbrella everything. So if I say a church, I'm talking the structures of man-made structures, whether it be some 8-pillar thing or a little shack, depending on how that place conducts themselves, that's what separates it. That was just a conversation piece. I don't do the church thing. I wasn't trashing yours. If you are personally feeling awesome and comfortable there, that's like awesome shit. So why would I criticize that?
Because I was trying to encourage us to go back to our buildings, because it's the few places that we could talk politically and free speech and worship. It's a very hot topic, I guess. I mean, I didn't expect that. Well,
I think it's more like you're having a very good experience with yours, and you're very happy and comfortable with yours, and you're projecting that for everybody else.
Really.
Because
really,
personally, I know the church that I've gone through down here a few years ago, I would not go back to there. These were the very same people who tell me I couldn't even participate with the wafer because I wasn't a member of that church. And I kind of laughed at the guy going, well, can you exactly show me where your church is listed in this book? Because I don't remember ever reading the name of this church. Oh, well, you just need to go. You're right. I do. This isn't where I need to be. But see, I don't say every church is like that. I'm just simply saying that that's not what's needed for a relationship with God.
I understand that. And can I say to TJ Katz, I don't go to the building to talk to God. I go to serve. And I'm afraid I'm being misunderstood here. And I'm going to go back to playing music, which is what I was doing before I got on. I brought my guitar. I thought I might play, but I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to do an if table today and do worship. And I just feel it was a misunderstanding about church. I don't think people understand what I really meant, but it's okay. I'm not preaching church. I don't preach.
Do you mind if I rephrase what you were going to say for what I would think that maybe you meant to say? Do you mind if I do that?
Sure. No, go for it.
Everybody, I think church can be a very good place, we've managed to get ours to where it's a very worshiping place and a very welcoming place. And if people could do that with your local churches, it would be very beneficial and it would be a blessing to you. See, I think that might be what she meant to say.
That's what I meant to say.
I might have misunderstood.
I'm going to take off.
Okie doke, man. Don't stay mad. I don't know. Happens to me a lot. I don't know, maybe I'm an ass. Nobody just tells me. Well, they tell me, but I guess I just don't hear it. Because I got what was saying. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. There you go. I don't know, man. You do what works for you. That's, and I don't, and I don't know. Maybe you know what? I probably am an ass because here lately, the way so much talking, goes with the everything gets what's the word? Inflated, and I guess I become so sensitive to that I pick up on things and then I go, oh well, no wait, and I guess I picked up on that because that's I was like, go to church and I think that if your church is a good place, then it's like that's what works. But if one of your churches in your areas is one of these bad places, then I'm not sure that that's a good place to be. And I think if you seek a relationship with God, I think then you'll find the answer. See, and that's all I'm saying. Man, I'm just saying, look there before you look anywhere around. You look up. What did I miss? That's why I can't be around Christians. I don't even know what that means. Define a Christian. I mean, what's your take? A person that has a belief in God. There you go. I mean, exactly, Moose Man. See, that's it. Exactly. I'm a disciple of Christ. That's all I can be as an imperfect human. Oh, I don't know. I just, and it kind of went south. Wasn't what I expected, but I did not foresee that. It's been disappointing. Well, I'm sorry, Miss Samantha. Oh, there we go. I scrolled up. There's him. Have getting more chance. More. And that's, I just didn't, and I don't know, man. I don't know. Right, Eric. That's it, Eric. Play Fire on the Mountain. Nobody will ever see this. YouTube will say, nope, blocked. Dang, see, and I guess it does give me. So sometimes you watch the chat and you can tell that people are literally reading and going to type in as it comes, because like Miss D looks like now she's getting upset with like, damn. And it's like, it's just so many people. There's 53 people. So sometimes you got to say something and then you kind of got to pause for the cause, because you got to get, I've learned how to do that, because if I start replying to individual chats, then this conversation would be all over. I don't know. Let me scroll what I'm in. And I don't know if this restream chat is in the current thing. Wouldn't that be funny if I'm sitting here with restream and it's in top chat and everything else is in live chat? Wouldn't that be some shit? I see. So it's not cold enough. You get the fizzes in the noses, Black Watch, when it's not cold enough. It's in live chat. Okay. I wasn't sure. I think it seemed to be. And it's weird though, I'll say this off topic, but so in the restream back, in the main window, the chat goes like in StreamYard from the bottom and then up, but in that window up there in the main screen, it's coming from the top down. It's kind of weird. I'm sorry, TT1. We're up and on. It's all good. I mean, I ain't stressing. Well, actually, I think Naughty and I think as far as others, then I know that there's a few references where he's talking about. I think one was when he's talking to, damn, I went blank, about Babylon and how they had taken on all these other gods and these man-made idols and stuff. There's some reference in that. Church was right, Black Watch. There's a, I don't know. I don't really know, man. And I mean, I hope D's not mad at me, and hell, I don't really want anybody mad at me, but I don't really feel like I did anything to cause it. Hey, Miss Henley, how are you feeling, by the way? I noticed how you put sips coffee trying to sit up straight. How are you feeling? Let's see, Eric, I need to get in the shower, get dressed, and get my day started. Hey, by the way, Eric, have you been by and gotten the tools, or yesterday you got the loan, but you haven't went and got your tools and stuff yet? Or have you went and already? Or since you brought up the heater core, are you having to readjust that now over to the heater core? Just out of curiosity, brother. Miss Debs, all right, you're okay. Well, thank you, Miss Debs. I mean, I don't. I would rather not anybody be mad at me, but, well, I mean, depending on the reason, I guess, because, but I don't know. Man, I'm just a cantankerous old fart. What can I say? What's up, Steve? Aloha, brother. Oh, thank you, Miss D. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. Okay. Just a reminder that everything belonged to God, and a portion was given back to God to thank Him for what they received. Haven't gotten the tools, holding off on the heater core till we're on shutdown. Ah, there you go, Eric. I'm not being critical of those that may be lacking in funds. You can save less than a quarter a day and give something. Or heck, would you say you're living in the hut? You can volunteer. Trying to find the tools I need used. Ah, there you go, Eric. Yeah, save a few bucks. I'll give all to give those. Not mad, just getting too edgy and tense. Chat wasn't happy. We weren't getting anywhere. I didn't leave angry, you guys. Please stop insinuating such a thing. I left in peace, same as I came. Cool, D. I just, I wouldn't want you upset with me. Oh, yeah, Steve, I'm trying Restream. Instead of StreamYards, I'm trying Restream. Save me $6 a month. Right now, that's a lot. Hell, by next year, that'll be almost a gallon of gas. Well, I'm sorry, Miss Bambi. I apologize. I mean, don't want nobody to stress. Money is in the account. Mainly need a large blade circular saw, 10 3/4 or 16 5/8. May. Too bad. Too bad you don't live closer. I could probably hook you up with that little table saw that I got. That's what I just cut them boards with for the chicken coop. I think that's a 10-inch blade, if I remember correctly. I'm not saying I say I'm not giving my fuzzy happiness to an organization that's mine. I don't give to charity. I do charitable acts. There you go, Gmo. And B said it's okay. Rescue love you both. Thank you, ma'am. Well, and that's what I wish there was more honesty when it comes to, if you're okay, me, if I say, okay, I want to help these people, we're going to raise this. And so, matter of fact, I even did it with some of the money for the coop because I had to spend a little bit on the doctor visit when I'd had the MRI. And I actually came back, I think, the next time, and I fully disclosed that because that means something to me, And if you have to question whether you should say what you did with the money or something, then maybe you ought to look at the nefarious reasons you had it spending the money. Otherwise, it's justified. And think about that. You should be able to go up to any organization and go, hey, can I, but in a sincere, friendly way, hey, I'd like to know where this going, but oh no, buddy. And that ought to send chills up everybody's back, because if you won't openly just go, hey man, I got $10,000 and here's where we spent it all down to the dime. And yes, I paid myself $200. I did this much here and I thought that was okay. Again, if people would be open, right, that most things would go fine. Let's see, my feeling is you can go to church if you want to, or read to, so since I follow the Bible teaching. Well, yeah, that's all. Let's see. D says, rescue is like a brother. Siblings fight sometimes. No biggie to have a heated debate, be misunderstood, and shelf the conversation for a time, which is what I'm doing. Well, yeah, I just don't want you upset, D. It ain't worth the stress. I don't want you stressing. I would rather not anybody stress. The time and shit going right now, we're all going to be stressing, but I'm going to need a demolition blade to cut through nails. Right, Miss Emily? I do it for on the acknowledgement. That's it. I do. I love the ending statement when I always read that. So there's that. I don't know. There's something about that with little statement. It's always funny whenever and I even have said it too. And then there's that. Huckleberry loving tacos. Yeah, and we always have. Oh, look, there you go, Huckleberry. The taco lady shows up. Fresh tacos are ready. And good old Scat Pack with her chocolate cake. Ever faithful chocolate cake. If I ever meet Scat Pack in person, I know that on the way I'm going to get a chocolate cake. Right, Eric? There you go. And now you know the rest of the story. I don't know how this does. Now that's one thing I haven't tried. I don't know how this acts on that tablet. I know one thing, it's I got to figure out the OBS shit because I can't just up and play. Hey, wait, you know what? Maybe I can. Hold on a sec. Maybe we need a little Paul Harvey. That's what we need. We need a little Paul Harvey. And oh, hey, I got a good one for you guys. I got a good one. I got a good one. Let's see, where are we at? Here. Okay. Did that one. Come on, bam. Here we go. Let's see, what do we got? Safety committee, can we talk about something? I don't know. Hey, John. I'm not really in chat. Getting ready for a wedding. What, Steve? That's awesome, buddy. So you gonna have fun today, huh? You gonna have a good time. Oh, let's. People will do it anyway for me and you. Let's see. Dang. Bad things happen at weddings like marriage. Oh, look at you. Oh, hey, that was a good one. Man. Okay, give me a moment. Okay. Dun. Tag minute. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Hold on, work on. I'm not ignoring y'all. I'm just. Okay, and then bang. Yep, give me just a minute. Have you always had that big old mic right there? Yeah, Huckleberry. Yeah, well, the camera's now right over here, and it was usually a little different. But, oh, yeah, this is this stupid little streaming setup. Wow, it was way back after Ron talked me into getting up there with my phone. Then I went to Amazon and got some streaming set up. Ooh. And this was it. And then let's see, so who are you in me? Yeah, let me put that. Usually it's like over there out of the way. I don't know. It's all different now. After I lost my other monitor, it quits, and now I got this big old thing, and everything's all in the way. That's all. Okay, so now let me see if I can. Let's see, I'm going to do this. Okay, so now I can share. Oh, share screen. Okay, so check this out. It's a Paul Harvey. Now for the rest of the story.
The rest of the story. When director Steven Spielberg began work on his most challenging movie project to date, Jurassic Park, he established a prime directive that the dinosaurs be animals, not monsters, that they behave not as the caricatured dinosaurs in B-movies of the past, but rather as the creatures which they were. Now, in writing the novel on which the movie would be based, Michael Crichton had intended his dinosaurs as metaphors for science run amok, prehistorics cloned and recreated because it was possible, not because it was advisable. And yet, in its transition to the big screen, director Spielberg wanted Crichton's story to be, well, he wanted to be real, and to achieve that reality, he invoked the most respected names in the field of paleontology. Brought him right into the movie-making process. The film's principal advisor would be John R. Horner, chief paleontologist at Montana State University's Museum of the Rockies. His comments in one way or another shaped every feature of Spielberg's creatures, from the oft-missing tooth to the part of the foot that touched the ground first. Regarding Spielberg's recreations, Horner would later say they are the best dinosaurs people have ever made, period. Joining the host of experts were paleontologist David Weisselhampel, who provided simulations of the sounds that dinosaurs are believed to have made, and master animator Phil Tippett, whose knowledge of his subjects extended to the subtle movement of a head or the precise excursion of a retracted jaw. But on one point, Steven Spielberg decided to compromise the facts. Why and what happened is the rest of the story. Dinosaur enthusiasts may go to see the movie for a close encounter with a tyrannosaur, but the real villains of Jurassic Park were the velociraptors. The velociraptors, cagey, vicious predator dinosaurs that hunt in packs and think their way through the stalking of their prey. In the real world that once was, the raptor had slashing, razor-sharp 6-inch claws, yet it stood only 4 or 5 feet tall. Well, that presented Steven Spielberg with a problem. To portray the raptor's stature according to science would be to belie its ferocious nature, to minimize the devastating creature that he surely was.
Hey, Indy.
So there was much discussion. The technicians shrugged. The experts warned that the credibility of the movie was on the line, and yet in the end, Steven Spielberg followed his instincts Because so few raptor specimens had been found, it was impossible to arrive at a definite conclusion. Therefore, the raptor villains of Jurassic Park would be half again as large as they were thought to have been. That is, small enough to enter a building, but larger than a man. Now, when you see the movie this summer, as you most likely will, you will also recall the director's instinctive compromise with authenticity. But you will not be disappointed, because you will also remember what I'm about to relate. Before the shooting of Jurassic Park had been completed, long after Spielberg had committed to this one intentional error, paleontologists in Utah unearthed something they could not explain: the bones of a real raptor, and precisely the size of Steven Spielberg's. They were as he had imagined them to be. And now you know the rest of the story.
Pretty cool, huh? So went to do Jurassic Park. They thought the raptors were one size. He didn't think it was going to look right and thought that they ought to be away. And then when they found a set, bam, it was actually the same size. Pretty cool. And hey, Indy, how are you, man? All right. Share screen. Bingo, bingo. All right. I got another one for you. One of my favorite subjects, as y'all know. Just kidding.
The rest of the story. I think you'll want to meet Hannah, a farm woman, 50-ish, widowed, with a son in college. One day there was a knock at Hannah's door, and it was her son home from school. For how long, Hannah asked, and his reply startled her. He would be home, he said, for months at least, and maybe a year, and maybe more, for an epidemic was sweeping the country. No sign of it yet near Hannah's farm, nor where Hannah's son was going to college, but the school authorities had decided that they could not take the chance. They would close the university and send the students home, and hope and prayed that the danger would soon pass. The young man told his mother he'd be glad to help with farm chores now that he was home, but Hannah sweetly laughed and said, "Things are going smoothly on the farm right now, and I really don't want them disturbed." And then she added, "Why don't you just take some time for yourself?" So, Hannah's son settled into his old room, a small one on the second floor of the farmhouse, and thus began his unanticipated vacation from school. But what on earth could he do with all of the time on his hands? There was no farm work, no job in town to keep him occupied, no friends nearby with whom to while away the hours, and so minus the usual responsibilities and diversions, the young man spent many hours a day, every day, in that tiny room on the second floor thinking. Just thinking, pondering, reflecting on the wonders that had intrigued him since childhood. He thought about the moon, for example. What was it that held the moon up there in space? What was it kept the moon moving so smoothly around the Earth? And the more he thought, the more he thought. And the more he thought, the more answers came to him. Sometimes on a Sunday afternoon, Hannah's son would sit in the shade of a favorite tree near the farmhouse. It was an apple tree. Occasionally, a ripe apple would fall to the ground nearby. One day, the young man thought to himself, maybe that's what keeps the moon in motion. Maybe, in a way, it's just falling toward the earth, like an apple. You're getting ahead of me, aren't you? Well, sure enough, he would hurry to his little room on the second floor, and he would write things down, and what he wrote one day would shake the worlds of science and mathematics. His school, Cambridge, would remain closed for 2 years until the threat of the Black Plague had passed, but by the time Hannah's son returned from his extended vacation on the family farm, he had formulated the complex concepts for which he is now and will always be remembered. You'd heard the story of the falling apple. You'd heard that it hit him on the head. There's no real evidence of that. But it helped one man once upon a time to explain once and for all the force of gravity. And you'll never hear that story again, I hope, without this greater picture in your mind of a loving mother who said, take some time for yourself. And so in a tiny room on the second floor of an English farmhouse, wherein heaven and earth revealed themselves 3 centuries ago to a young college student named Isaac Newton. Now you know the rest of the story.
Pretty cool, huh? I love them little stories. Excuse me. Let's see. I got the Ever Faithful one in here. Okay. We just had to. I've done this one a few times, but given the topic we were just having, this should be a good one.
If I were the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that one. Let's see. Oh, here's this one. All right, let's see. Oh, here. This is taking a little getting used to. Okay. Bam. All right. Here's this one.
Once upon a night 500 years ago, an Osage Indian hunting party returned to camp along Bull Creek, the men grim-faced and silent. The others, seeing that no kill had been brought in, asked what had happened, but the hunters were apparently consumed by some secret dread. They made no reply. It was only later, after the campfire had warmed them and the mood had risen high, that the men began to relate the awful occurrence of the hours past. They had been pursuing a bear, they said. They had ventured into unfamiliar hunting ground on a ridge high above the valley of the White River, and it was atop this ridge that the hunters discovered a deep chasm. The bear had retreated to a rock ledge partway down. One young brave went after it. Both fell. But when the other men peered over the crater's edge, expecting to see the lifeless bodies of the hunter and his prey at the bottom, instead they saw nothing. Nothing. No sign of life, no sound, only a shadow at the bottom of the gorge and a frightening stillness that seemed in itself alive. It was as though the earth had swallowed up the bear and the young brave and had absorbed them into eternity. Now, the following morning, with uncharacteristic trepidation, the hunters returned to the ridge. They made their way cautiously to the steep sides of the mysterious chasm, and at the bottom, some 90 feet below the rim, they found an opening. They found a hole, and beyond the hole, an utter void, from which emanated distant, echoing, unearthly sounds. Well, the Osage now realized what it was they'd encountered by accident, and as a warning to others who might do likewise, they marked the trees all around and then departed in silence. And so one fateful spring day in the Ozarks Mountains, in the land that is now southwestern Missouri, not many years after Christopher Columbus discovered the Caribbean, Native Americans of the Osage tribe made a discovery of their own, an entryway unseen and undisturbed for thousands of years, the mouth of hell. And the Indians agreed that lest the sleeping demons be aroused, their doorstep must be abandoned for all time. With the passing of each century, the story of the hunters and the young brave and the bear remained on the lips of the Osage, as was solemnly remembered the name that they gave that place on the ridge above the valley, the abyss and the forbidden hunting ground. They called it the Devil's Den. Now, unlike many of the tales of which Native American tribal lore is comprised, the one you've just heard is quite true. For you see, there is a Devil's Den. There is a hole in the world, in the land of the Missouri Ozarks. I have seen it. The devil does not live there. In fact, as the Osage could never have imagined, its once seemingly limitless depths one day would render a spectacular treasure. The cave would remain unexplored for centuries more, even after the first white eyes beheld that abyss in the Ozarks, for as they had in centuries past, strange echoing sounds continued to rise from the seemingly bottomless blackness, and each evening at twilight, winged creatures of the night would explode by the thousands from this so-called Devil's Den. Now it's 1869. Some curious Missouri miners laid a log across the opening. They tied a rope to the log and one by one lowered themselves into the unknown. 20 feet of rope, 40 feet, still no bottom in that yawning subterranean chamber. 100 feet, now 200 feet, and at last the first trembling miner stood on the floor of an immense space, so vast that not even lantern light could penetrate the gloom. Still, and for the first time in the history of the world, the incredible darkness beneath southwestern Missouri had been probed by 19th century astronauts, and with their first faltering footsteps, they had begun a journey into a new era. Superstition was about to be replaced by commercialism. A long succession of entrepreneurs suggested ways to get rich mining that cave, but it was not until T. Hodges Jones purchased the property, 1884, that operations began. You see, at the bottom of the first enormous cavern had accumulated tons of natural fertilizer in the form of bat dung, and with its high nitrate content, it could also be used for gunpowder after processing. It took 3 years for miners to remove all of that. And yet, while the mining company did manage to show a slight profit for their efforts, certainly nobody got rich. But then somebody recalled that the original explorers had suspected the presence of marble. Ooh, indeed, if this were true, such a cave, the dimensions of the first chamber alone, measuring hundreds of feet in all directions, would yield a fortune in marble. But the white stuff protruding in some places turned out to be limestone instead. Neither was there lead in the caverns, as some had once hoped. And thus did the miners lose their jobs, the investors lost their investments, and the nearby community became a ghost town. And the Devil's Den, having awakened only briefly, squinting in the glow of kerosene lamps, returned to its slumber. Not forever. Today, in southwestern Missouri, it's near a town called Branson, is a time machine known as Silver Dollar City, Midwestern America's most popular theme park. It was developed by Sherry and Jack Hershend. Amid 2,000 acres of green space are 40 acres of 100-year-old furniture mills and blacksmiths' shops and bakeries and log churches. More than 1.5 million visitors visit there each year. And near the entrance, just past the 200 acres of parking lots, is a crevasse in the forest floor and the yawning entrance to what was once the Devil's Den and what is now called Marvel Cave. You can tour through it now. And as the millions who already have and who will attest, the Missouri miners of the 19th century were quite wrong, because there was no marble, and there was no lead, and there was no gold. There was nothing of value. And yet Marvel Cave, majestic and magnificent, is worth infinitely more. Utterly empty. Now you know the rest of the story.
That's a pretty cool one. Yeah, and Echo says the Osage, my relatives, the Osage Trail runs along northern Wisconsin, the lands of the Chippewa. I don't know if I've ever played this one for y'all. Let's see. Bam, bam, bam. Are you okay with listening to the Paul Harveys and stuff? I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff. Ain't nobody come up to talk. I think I probably done chased anybody out from conversation. So I have that effect. By the way, Indy, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but hopefully you're still here and you hear me. But it's good to see you, and I hope you did have a good Thanksgiving. I was glad to read that. Many of the burial ground were dug up and buried in mass graves. Yeah, we just, we had no respect for stuff. No, hell, we still don't, but, Yeah, I think I'll kick another episode. It's a couple minutes long. This was the gas crisis that was predicted in 1923.
Now, the rest of the story. And to this one, let's both pay attention. Gasoline on the way to $5 a gallon. You've heard the headlines. But if you believe in facing our fears, you have a splendid opportunity to do so right here and now. I have a collection of articles from national news magazines published between January 20 and May 12. Now, these are articles focusing on the gasoline crisis, its causes, its ramifications, and maybe its remedies. Now, try to follow me here. The January 20 headline reads, "The World Race for Oil." And it says, and I'm quoting, "What gold was in earlier ages, oil is in these days. Oil is the paramount factor in the political economies of the day. Besides the material ingredients of petroleum, there are involved in it the moral elements of peace or war and friendship or antagonism between races and nations and creeds. Oil may soothe the troubled waters of the eternal seas," says one writer. "But it only adds unrest to the troubled waters of international diplomacy." End quote. And here is a parallel estimate of the situation from the Washington Post, quote, "Oil has become the great international issue of the hour. It lurks in the background of virtually every problem now engaging the attention of world statesmen. Politics has become the politics of petroleum. Almost no move is made on that chessboard that is not tinctured with oil, including the pending situation in the Near East, all the way from the Persian Gulf to the Golden Horn." All right.
Much love and respect.
2 months later, March 17, dismal headlines envisioning the price per gallon that Americans may ultimately pay. One related news story focused on a Senate subcommittee investigation into the higher and higher cost of petroleum products. The subcommittee report includes several recommendations, but now the most recent headline is dated May 12 and says, "How much gasoline are you wasting?" The article states that 1 billion gallons of gasoline will be wasted during the current year. Blames motorists mostly for driving too much. Includes a plea for self-discipline to avert what threatens to become an emergency situation. But I'm telling you pretty much what you already know, am I not? I mean, you know that we need to conserve. You know that gas prices are intolerably high. You know that oil and international unrest are practically synonymous. Of course, had we only foreseen this crisis, we might by now be so much further down the figurative road on the way to energy independence through alternative fuels. But foreseen is the word here. You see the headlines, "World Race for Oil," and "How much gasoline are you wasting?" These headlines appeared in the Literary Digest and in the Washington Post, January through May, 1923. 1923. The unmistakable warnings of our personal waste and our foreign dependence and our international diplomatic peril. All of those warnings in headlines were written and read 85 years ago, including one nightmare prediction, quote, "A vision of $1 a gallon gasoline. That's a quote. A vision of $1 a gallon gasoline. Well, now you know the rest of the story.
Something else. 1923. They called it then, but see, that's why I don't freak out, to be honest. Because, okay, so they said that. Well, it's here we are. And we did that. Well, how did that happen? It wasn't, we weren't beat into the stockades and shit, and we weren't like around it. We didn't pay attention. We got complacent. We lost focus of what's important. Our family, you know, our moral compass, our character. Everything has become so fake and CGI'd that people even do that. People are even fake now. And see, and that's actually, to me, that is such a good analogy to show that, see, back then, it's like all the shit that people talk right now, it ain't nothing new. It's really nothing new. And you just heard it. People even back then had those thoughts, but because the character of people didn't stay solid, it started following all the shiny things as they popped up, you know. That now here we are, you know, and it's still, and it's happening, and now people are starting to holler this out and act like it's new shit, and it's like, nope, you need to get the moral compass back. The moral compass, you know, you can sit here and nitpick all this stuff, but if the human beings involved that actually were doing the physical stuff that transpires, think about that. If the people, the humans, had a moral compass, then how much of that would keep protruding? It wouldn't trickle very far because it wouldn't be part of who they are. If you took all the people in the world, put them in Alaska with an acre each, the rest of the world would be totally empty of people. Think on that a minute. Yeah, it's not as overpopulated as people think. There is some big barren spots. It's just that there's concentrated people. And for their set of lenses, it looks pretty stacked up. Chemtrails, nanoparticles, and then they want to go green. Well, then, and I will say, so if anybody does know that, because Deb's brought up the chemtrail, and I thought about this the other day, and I wanted to ask, because I know that a few people talk about that. How do you know the difference between the condensation trail and a chemtrail? Is it a coloration? And that's an honest question. I mean, that's because I've always saw the condensation trails, but then there's been the talk of the chemtrails, and so how can you tell the difference? It's like back when I was a kid, they did crop dusting, and you could tell that was a product. You know what I'm saying? You could tell by the everything that transpired. So I was kind of wondering about that, because a few people have brought that up. I think Chuck and Ed, I think Chap has, Wayne, that maybe. There's a lot of people that talk about that, and I've been meaning to ask, kind of, how is there a coloration? Because I see the condensation stuff happening all the time when they come up out of, like, especially if they come up out of international air. I think that's it, international, out of Houston. But because by the time they're doing their altitude, they're, depending on where they're going, they could be passing over. And they are smaller. You can. And maybe go back in a minute. Fun fact: Congress has been selling from our National Reserve to service the national debt for decades. Oh yeah. So that's up until Donald Trump. He's the one of the few that actually got it replenished as high as it was. Okay, and I saw a crescent in the sky. It was grayer than clouds and straight lines that go for miles. Okay. Condensation trail disappear quickly as vapor, water vapor. Okay, I got you. So you just kind of watch them a little bit. Because and the only reason I asked that is because I know that there's been a lot of air traffic in general, just well because they've escalated so much shit and poked so much. So well, there's several objects on. Which one are you referring to? This being the left. Or did you mean this left? Oh, and Samoan. I thought I saw you said something about my hats, and brother, that was just what fit on that rack. I was hanging it up once I started doing the streaming. There's still a stacks of hats, and I got boxes outside. I was a hat guy. So my left shoulder. So, are you talking about the dude? Looks like leather. Oh, my vest. Yeah, that's my vest. Oh, and this statue right here. This is Don Quixote. Let's see if I do it like this. There. Then you can see him. Oh, there's the other wizard. The other wizard was in here a while ago. Might still be in here. I don't know. Hey, does that mean, ooh, we're like double mystified then, because then we'd have two wizards. Does that mean we get abracadabra in stereo? Just asking. No, Kush, that I have not. I don't know. Let's see. It looks like leather. And then I noticed naughty Trump didn't fill it. Well, I don't know. I would like to. I mean, so when some data comes out, how do people just know right out the gate that the data's wrong? And I only ask that because I mean I only live a few hours from basically the country's largest energy resource hub. So, and I just because there were things that happened. So what would make you say that he didn't do that? Because the production levels and data that came out kind of showed that something was going in there. Oh, and there, Shift. Now I think it was Shift. You Shift that said that about the, yeah, Zulu Warrior. So there. Mr. Don Moore. And then song, that was my best. Oh, let's see. Do I got another one? Oh, hey, what's up? Hoot, hoot, hoot. Did you get the? No. Shoot, no, it's been raining. Hoot. It just now today finally stopped raining. Oh, wow. Oh, sure thing. Silly question. I don't know. Grew up in that oil rights in Conroe, Texas, 1936. I'm half blind with glasses. Luckily, I can see in front of my face. It says we're going to have to buy you some mud grip tires, right? Yeah, hopefully today it's early enough it stops, sun will be out, it'll drop enough, which I don't know everything. Fixing to find out too. Monday I got the appointment with the doctor, so I guess I'll find out what happens from there. Gotta put this brace on. Damn wrist is kicking my butt. Look at there. See, I like that little sound effect, man, because then I know. There we are. Are you there? She's probably talking and we don't hear her.
Hey, can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, ma'am.
I cannot hear you at all. It sounds like funny because that's what we were talking about earlier.
Oh, goodness. Can't hear me at all?
Okay, I'm gonna mute. I sound like this to you too. So hold on, I'm gonna see if I can.
Okay.
saying something?
There you are. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go out and try to come back.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see. NC Debs, rescue prayers. I got aneurysms and stones. Hope you don't. No, mine's a spinal thing, Debs. I have collapse of vertebrae, and then I have just shit that apparently is going wrong back there, and I have spinal cord bindings, or I guess you'd say, and so it's caused like my toes. I have bad circulation now. My legs are getting numb. I stand up for a while and I start getting, I don't know, inside my stomach gets real bad. It's really curious what that sounded like to you all. Actually, Indy, it sounded like you were kind of like okay, no disrespect, man, but like in a closet. Like if you were in a closet, it was like it had an echo a little bit to it, but I mean, you were clear. Scat Pack says, I hope you're ready for his answer, whether it be good or bad. You got to keep going. Oh, well, I mean, it ain't a matter if I'm ready. The answer is going to be what it is. So if he can fix it, would be great, or snip it so I don't feel that. I just don't know if they will. I couldn't talk him to doing that to my shoulder back here with my neck. That shit still feels like a hot poker back there to this day. Some days I even forget, and I'll like go. It's like, damn, man, would you look all back there or something biting my ass? And there's nothing, but it's a stinging. It just happens in a spot too. It's weird. It's just nerve. Is Indy talking around the bathroom? Right, Wizard. Me too, Deb. I hope we can do something about it. Proves you can't stack shit that high. I don't know. It's stacked up pretty good. Back UPS dropped off the gun cleaning wicks and mops I ordered. Hey, cool, Eric. Yeah, that was Indy Hoot. Oh, wow. Well, I promise you, Indy, I was not growling at you. I promise. Brrr. Song said kidney stones suck like peeing a ninja star through a garden hose. I think I've probably have passed little ones before, but nowadays I no sugars and all that shit, so I'm good. Same feeling as peeing after a cycle with tons of tequila. That's a no-no. Just a wee stone. Just a wee. Yeah, Wiz was taking one of those clogged up whizzes. Hey, Kino. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I kind of like this restream, but then again, I like it has a lighter background. You don't have that big bright white background just blaring in your face. It's kind of nice. You gonna try again, Indy? Yeah, Hoot. I'm trying out Restream. This is Restream. That's how I got the chat on the screen. That's an option with Restream, but the main reason was it saves me $6 a month. So I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. StreamYard's a little easier to use. Like I can add music in the back end on StreamYard because you can just add the music. Where here I can't add. Excuse me. So that's kind of I'm going to have to end up, if I do this Restream, then I've got to figure out some way to make another little intro, that's more befitting. I like that other one, and I don't want Mayhem mad at me or hurt his feelings or nothing. I just don't do the other one because I didn't want to fire everybody up kind of emotional right out the gate all the time. That's why I didn't do it very often. I was kind of slowly backed off because it just, even me seeing that repetitively every day was kind of tough. So no shower, hair still a mess. Who cares? Nobody. It's a Saturday. Plus, I would think that if you're sitting here on YouTube and talking with me, that means you're like in your house or somewhere, to doing you, boo. So, hey, man, you want to sit in pajamas and flip flops or a moo or slippers? It don't make a dang to me. Just get comfy, right? Hoot? It's $72 a year, and if I can never kind of get on the top side, I might even try to do the year subscription, and that even saves more. Hey, JH556, how are you, man? How are things going? Do you still have your deal going? I know that I thought that they had met the goal. I wasn't sure. And hopefully things are starting to pick up for you guys. Thoughts and prayers, man. Thoughts and prayers. Where's your yellow big bird hat? Oh, are you talking about my skid? Oh, you're talking about my hoodie, my little beanie. I got it right there, Sean. It's just that it's not cold today. I'm gonna have to see how this Restream does on the tablet though, because I hope I can do it on the tablet. Okay, because I kind of like talking on the tablet sometimes, because then I can wear my cool little hat, my little skid hat. I like my lid. Oh wow, Kush. So yeah, I wonder if anybody else has had a problem with that. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I really am. I wonder what about it doesn't support. Oh, Gmo says, went fishing at the river. We have a quiet cast and reel moment. Was having someone around the bend screamed, "That bitch gave me her." My friend and I laughed so hard we had to retreat. Went to the beach. Oh, Lord. Gmo. Benjamin, you can do whatever you want, sir. You're not on camera. Nobody would even know what you were doing. I mean, I definitely would not want to know, because that would probably feel really weird to go, wow. Oh, let's see. Oh, okay. Well, I might end up having to, I guess I might have to stay with StreamYard. Because I don't want people to have a problem connecting. Indy's going to try to come up again. So see, I wonder if Restream has the thing with phones. I wonder, because Kush, you were trying to come up with a phone, right? And then I think Indy was trying with hers. I wonder if Dee was on a phone or if she came up on her laptop, because that might make a difference if it's having. Because if people with phones are going to have a hard time connecting, then it's not really worth the $6 a month, because then that pretty much cuts a lot of people. I won't be able to talk with y'all, and I'm not doing a show, so my whole point is to talk with everybody. Hey, Kush, out of curiosity, do you have an iPhone? And is it just the regular phone browser, Safari, that you're trying to connect that wouldn't let it come through? I'm just wondering, trying to get me a few little details. Right, Eric. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I'm guessing working or something. I don't know. So is that an iPhone, Kush? Because I mean, it's just, let's see what that looks like again. See, I wonder. Okay, no. I wonder what happens if I refresh this link. I don't know. It's got that little copy thing, and that's the link. And see, and that's the way they give it to me, is what I pasted. So Well, I guess if I end up going back to StreamYard, then I really have to gonna learn this OBS, or actually that Prism Live Studio, because it's got an overlay for chat. Because I kind of dig that being all in the same spot. See who you're talking to and the chat at the same time. But then again, I don't know, man. I don't really know what to do anymore, to be honest. So sometimes I just feel lost. It's like, I don't know. I mean, what should I come up to talk? Because I really, sometimes it's just like bored. And it's like, I mean, I'm out in the woods. So I read, but then I've gotten to know y'all over a year. So you kind of start wondering about things. So you get on to go shoot the shit. But you make friendships with people, or you feel a friendship, and then you just, I don't know, man, because YouTube's so full of all this drama shit. You never know who's liable to get butt hurt in another channel or some shit. Next thing you know, it's like, whoa, well, what? Oh, okay. Rescue, if you have questions, contact. Tech help should be covered in what you're paying. Yeah, they had me this morning actually get it connected to my YouTube because it didn't want to connect. And they helped me get it connected. So I might end up having to reach out. I've got 2 days to decide. So today and tomorrow, by the end of Monday, I got to decide one way or another, because that's when the StreamYard will be due. I need to go help a brother from UK with his show. Richard, howdy, Kush. Later, buddy. You have a great day and be blessed, sir. Hey, where did the taco lady come from? How, Huckleberry? Did you chase off the taco lady? Yeah, no shit, Scat Pack. Man, it's just stacking up. And then what do I do if I got, okay, so if I have surgery? Oh, that was Matt trolling you? You know, because this is what I thought about the other day, was I was sitting here and it's like, okay, and I'll find out Monday, you know, when we find out, because, okay, so I talked to him Monday. Well, what if he's like, okay, well, this is the surgery we can do, and you know what, well, we're going to set you up for, you know, the following week. Well, damn, that means I'd be having surgery on my spine a few days before all of a sudden Nikki and Jeremy are showing up with chickens. And it's like, oh shit. So then I gotta really get out there. I gotta start trying to finish that thing. I might end up having to just put it on wheels for now, just keep it above ground, and I'll just have to make sure every day before I let them out that the pin's totally clear of anything. And yeah, I don't really like that, because I don't want chicken snakes like getting in and going up for eggs during the day or something. Which I have a rooster, so that rooster ought to kick its ass. If it goes to get in there, I ought to see it. But I just think about, okay, so there's the planning phase. So see, it's like, okay, so depending on when I'd have this surgery, I've got to finish the chicken coop. Then I've got to be able to tend to the chickens daily. And then I've still got the plumbing to do to get hot water into the kitchen. And then I've got to get the pipes wrapped, coming up before the freeze starts happening here in about another month. And let's see what I got to fix septic pipe coming down, that's got to be cut and have about 4 inches taken out of it. The ramp, because man, it's been almost all year, but that ramp, remember, I don't want to get rid of that ramp. Give that shit back and do me. But and that's just that, and so I wonder, it's like, man, if I have spinal surgery, my pipes can freeze. The septic one, we can make do for a few months still. We have been, so. Debs, I don't have a ride for my surgery. It's 2.5 hours away. Jeep subframe, iffy, prayers for timing. Yeah, well, I have a ride. My wife would take me, and more than likely, if I had my way, I would probably be going about an hour and a half away, because I'd like to go up north, and then I'd come back. It won't be so bad. Chicken snake. Yep. You ain't got chicken snakes there? You laugh like it's like that's a joke, but that there's chicken snakes. You have a snake? Well, no, I know that we've got chicken snakes around here because I've had one underneath this house. I've had one attack me. My kids had to go get the neighbor for him to come over because I was under doing this work, and then all of a sudden this snake, about a 5-footer, was laid up on this beam, and that dude turned and looked at me and was not a happy camper. And I ended up having to keep him pinned up against that board, and he kept darting at me. Oh, right, Eric. Yeah, no, I don't know what the official name is. I know growing up down here, we call them chicken snakes because that's the ones that'll go up in your chicken coops and they'll eat your eggs and shit. And they're usually a dark color. Blackish brown, but dark. Most of the time, they're not aggressive to people. They'll run. But if, like, they're fixing to go get something, then they can get aggressive. Song on Southside Rescue years ago, I reached into the nest box and the eggs felt like a 5-foot black snake, right? See, and me no want that. And let's see, 2.5 hours from Atlanta, 175 miles. Yeah, that's where, too bad they don't have some kind of like a transport, what you could do. I wouldn't do an ambulance transport. Those people are so, that's a scam. No offense. It saves people's lives when they need them, but when they're doing these other calls, but that's a shame you don't have something you can kind of get where you could, you know what, Deb? I wonder if you had a friend close by. I wonder if it'd be cheaper if you just like went down and rented like an Enterprise, car or something, $45 a day or something, and just, you could go down there, have the surgery, and then the day they're going to pick you up and bring you home, just rent the car that day. That way you just pay $40 to get yourself home comfortable. Oh, look, Emily says, Debs, if you're on Medicare, you can get a free ride to that appointment. Look into it. So there you go. Hey, unknown. How are you? Scat, you ain't never heard of a chicken snake? It's these for real. Emily under 100 miles and not 65, only 60, so I don't get nurse care or anything. Oh. There's different programs for free rides called them. Oh, okay. So on rescue, I've heard military bases have great surgeons. Well, it would probably depend on the base. And I don't know nowadays because they all got to going back to the way they were. Plus, I don't do no VA benefits. I done had that discussion a few times over. It's not my forte. I ain't knocking nobody, ain't questioning what anybody else does. Everybody does them. For me, I do not feel that what my time in the Army justifies me getting life benefits. That's just my take. To each their own. Yeah, but you can't drive under anesthesia. I will be stuck in downtown. Well, no, Deb, see, that's what I mean. If you had a friend or somebody around you, well, then if you just get taken down there, you check in, you have your surgery, and then if they're keeping you for a day or two or whatever, then the day you get released, that's when you could rent like an enterprise car and have the friend just drive the enterprise car so you'd be comfortable, on your trip home. I know how it goes though like right now, if I needed some kind of lumber or something, I don't know. I've kind of disconnected from so many people, and I just don't like asking people for much, so I just figure it out or do without. So I'm not always the best advice guy, I guess. I've never seen anyone praise surgeons in the military. They messed my sister's knee up and now have to pay her the rest of her life. Yeah, it depends on the base, because there are some good ones. I'll give that, because you have some people that have gone through combat and had to deal with, intense injuries and treatments. And so they've learned and adapted. And of course, you still got the dipshits, just like out here in civilian world. But every now and then. Yeah, I saw that. Did y'all get your notice about the benefits? And isn't it weird how it's starting next month? I mean, that kind of struck me as weird. It's like, well, but I guess it's because it's December and it's the month in advance type shit. See, it's like that, dude. I don't even know shit about all that stuff. I suck at insurance. I suck at. Okay, here's a funny little analogy for you. I pretty much suck at anything in the system because I really didn't pay much attention. I mean, I pay bills. I get told they're this much, and then I would just pay them. So I never really paid any attention to any of that. Should have. Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, that'd be cool. And let's see. So who was it? Who else said what benefits? Social Security, disability. Or at least that's mine's Social Security disability. Let's see what. Scat says, I think that's just for SSI. No, it was, mine's SSDI. I'd probably qualify for disability, but it would hurt me more than anything right now. Oh, I tell you right now, Eric, if you can keep clicking, keep clicking. Yeah, and I would trade places with you. Well, no, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want you to feel like this. But if I could, hey, it's like I tell my son whenever he was around, it's like, hey, if I could go for you, I would. I totally regret every day that I ever complained about the weather or anything, or just having to do this, or I regret that. I would so trade that to redo it. Well, and it's always been that way, though. It's a mind jack, because it's like the buy one get one free. There's no such thing. That just means you're paying more for the first one. That's why they can say the second one was free. I mean, you just can't make shit for free. Well, it's like when they go, yep, we're going to raise minimum wage. We're going to raise this. We're going to increase these benefits. And all that means is that the cost of everything else is fixing to go up, because that means all the taxes are fixing to go up, because it's a proven fact. The greed and the chase of the dollar is not side by side of compassion and empathy. So people chasing the dollar, they step over and on people. So everything goes up. That's what's sad. Oh, wow. Let's see. Emily, that administration should be ashamed, but they aren't. Yep. It's called a COLA increase, I think. They said it would be like 7%, which is about $75. Ooh, what a help. I know, right? Hey, we're going to give you $100 increase. And by the way, the price of gas is now fourfold. So, hey, Miss Sharon. So what do you mean, Debs? NC Debs says, I was dumb coming here by myself, but who knew this crap would happen to my immune system and kill my dog? Hope I don't have to go to New York. Bad community well water, like got you. Hey, Steve. Yep. And Steve, there you go. It's like raising the price 10% and then give a 10% discount. Yep. But see, and that's what they'll do. They'll say, okay, man, look, guys, y'all are going to have to, these times are going to be tough. With inflation, it's this. But look, we're going to give you this raise. And that's pretty much what they do. It's like, this is going up by this. But look, we'll give you this. And it's like, that doesn't mean shit. The USA has never took care of the hurt or widows and kids, shamefully, really. Oh, well, no country has. It's always been small pockets, whether it's across this country or across other landscapes. It's small communities is who will take care of stuff. Once it rises above the community level, it's becoming a collective, which means you then have greed that kicks in, because, and I've said it dozens of times, the minute a person goes from, hey, would you, to, hey, do this, the character of that person's fixing to show. And the minute you put somebody in charge of shit, here comes the character. Man, if I was a CEO of a company, I couldn't live like all these others unless damn near every person that worked for me lived like that. Because it's like, I don't know. I guess it's because I got a conscience. That dang moral compass kicks in. Eric, it would hurt me because you can't work while you're waiting and my bills won't stop, right? Oh, trust me, Eric, I get you, brother. Oh, I so get you. Sold trailers, welders, computers, tools, outside equipment. That's how I sold my shit to survive. That's what yep. Totally get you. Emily, when I fought for disability, I burned through all of my savings and had to sell my house because I couldn't afford it anymore. I lost pretty much everything. That's it, Emily. And God dang, no. Okay, hold on. I got to tell you, that soapbox right there, Miss Emily, and you'll totally get it. I know you do, ma'am. Because, boy, that's how I like. So, I had to give up my shit and just basically damn near lose everything just to get access to my money that I paid in, my money. I didn't ask you for shit. I just want my shit, mine back. But oh, no, jump you through the hoops until we've sucked up all your assets and we just now try to make it. And it's like, oh, you bastards. Yeah, because there's a kicker too to this surgeon thing too. If I don't have surgery by the end of next month, then that means I have to start the damn what's that? The deductible shit all over again next year. And seeing that won't happen. I mean, I barely have made it this year because I was already selling shit off to make it through this year to get stuff and then go and do this stuff. So, and I have to see how much hopefully, I don't even know what my part of this whole surgery is going to be. That shit might not happen. Benjamin says, I'm lucky I didn't have to fight for my SSDI. I'm legally blind. Got it in 5 months from first applying. It's sad that people have to fight for it. Oh, yeah, Benjamin. Yeah. And it came down to it, and that's what I went off on a judge about that. Song says, Emily, I fought Social Security for 8 years. And dude, they piss me off. I mean, if everybody wants to talk about the government, this government, well, people ought to be pissed off about that. Because you pay that shit in, you go out there and you hump it every day, and you pay. You go, okay, yep, okay. And then it's just shit hits the fan, and it's like, dude, I just need my money. I don't need your fucking favors. I just need my money. Oh, well, hold on a minute. You need to explain why. Well, what do you mean explain why? I need my damn money. And okay, well, fill out this packet. Oh, well, I'm not sure what happened to that packet. So you'll have to fill out another packet. And fill out in that packet. And then it's like, okay. And gee, I don't know what happened to that one either. So fill out another one. And you get so mad. Meanwhile, you got people that can go down here to damn HUD housing or SNAP, the food stampy shit and stuff, and bam, hey man, I don't feel like working. Can you get the other people that are wanting to go to work, can you get them to pay for my shit? Well, you bet you hold on, fill out this. That's what your name, your address, social. Here you go. Here's your card. Walk out of there. Already got $1,000 worth of groceries on a card. Wait, what? I'm having to sell my shit to pay bills while I tell you I need my money out of that shit right over there. And I'm not, and yet, ooh, man, pisses me off. Emily says, yep, Risky, they took my money and argued about the disability until I had no assets left. Yep. Right song. I'm from the government. I'll give you some food, but sorry you had to sell your refrigerator. That's it. Or no, here, we're going to help you, song. We're from the government. We're here to help you. We have some groceries for you. Here's some utensils. Here's some dishes, you know. And by the way, you need to stay right here. Can't come out at night. And you now owe us, you know, and given a little bit of time, they'll be putting them to work. Hey, now, wouldn't that be something if they end up, like, say the shit does hit the fan, and all of a sudden Winnie the Pooh ends up over here, and all this bad shit with the little shits over there. Oh, well, does that mean all the HUD housings are fixing to become like little Uyghur camps or something? It's going to be the little labor camps. Roll up into them HUD housing spots and start fencing off. I had to wait for 2 years, right, Skip? Emily, it's hard to work when your joints, spine, ribs, etc. dislocate every day, multiple times a day. Cause a lot of damage and pain, but I had to fight and get a lawyer and lose everything. That's it. Hey, Miss Bonnie. Deb says, time to pick up my faith and try to stay sane. I was so happy and had more friends in 19 and 20. Makes $7 too much to get Medicaid. Eric says, got to haul off the trash and stop at the store. Be back in a little while. All right, Eric. Benjamin says, I make $5 a month too much to get Medicaid. Damn. Yeah, see, and I mean, I don't even know what I got. I guess I've got shit that covers this surgery. I don't even know, to tell you the truth. I know that they send me some big thick ass book in the mail and shit. And I'm honest, I don't look at that shit. I don't care. I don't care. Just tell me, can you fix it? And what's the money you need? And then I'm going to sit here and I'm going to go, okay, I can either come up with a way to come up with that, or I can't. And then I just go, well, too bad, so sad. So I'm my own demise. Hey, T girl, how are you, ma'am? I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. She said, been lurking for a while. Just wanted to say hi to everyone. I got a new t-shirt. Woohoo, can't wait to see what kind it is. What do you mean? If you got a new t-shirt, and Benjamin, you poor honey, I'm going to come get you someday, friend, and we can help each other. Sharon says, I fought from a disability for 5 years until all my quarters got knocked off. Then I had to fight for more. It took me, where'd he go? It took me having a seizure in front of a judge to receive my correct benefits. Lord have mercy. I don't know what the money amount is for SSI. Hope you're all having an amazing day so far. You know it, unknown. Every day sunny side up is an adventure. Well, it's not exactly a t-shirt. Let me go read that again. See if I can decipher. What kind of it? Oh, hey, look at there. There's Miss Indy.
Hey, can you
Hey.
hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, good.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm using my laptop now, so I don't have the tin can Bluetooth on anymore.
And okay, so do you got an iPhone?
Yes, yeah.
But now, did you have a problem connecting?
Yeah, the second time I had a problem connecting. The first time it connected, but you just sounded like garbled, kind of robot-y dinosaur.
Okay.
So it wasn't working.
Because I'm wondering, Kush said that he couldn't come up.
Yeah, and then even just now on my laptop, it says I mean, it could be on my end, but it was having a really hard time loading the site.
Okay. Well, I probably will go back to StreamYard just to keep it simple. Some
I don't
about
know.
that
A lot
site.
of people use Restream and seem to like it.
It's got more for sure, but it's smoother, I guess you could say. I mean, I wish it had a couple of other things like StreamYard, like adding the music, but
Hmm.
everything else is pretty streamable. It's like the chat on the screen. That's a thing you can just turn on in Restream, so it's their option. They've got more overlays and all kinds of different designs, and so it's cool. But I wonder if this is more designed for, I don't know, kind of like Brian or Sage or one of them that are all into the changing angles and doing all the,
Hmm.
me, I get up here and I don't even put on a cool green screen or nothing.
I like the way you do it, Rescue. But I think that what I like about Restream is that, like you said, it has that dark blue. For me, at least, it's like a navy background instead of that bright white. That really does make it better.
It's kind of nice, isn't it?
I wish they'd, yeah, I wish they'd change that up on StreamYard.
So,
Oh,
how are
thank you,
you?
T.
How are you feeling?
I'm doing
And
good.
how's the family?
Um, yeah, I'm doing better. My voice, it's still, I don't know if you can tell, it's still kind of raspy for me, but
Yeah,
it's definitely getting better than it was. It's been like, kind of it was gone for several days and then it's just been really raspy for a while. But yeah, we're finally kind of getting on the mend. Everybody's still fighting it. We've got, these like lingering coughs, like it seems like everybody's getting these days. It just won't quite go away. But we're on the mend. I think we're past the worst of it.
okay.
So yeah, but yeah, we had a really amazing Thanksgiving. We spent Thanksgiving Day with my in-laws, and it was just kind of pretty mellow and low key, but really nice. And then yesterday, we had all of my family get together, and it was really good. It was like the first time, not the first time we'd all seen each other. Um, I think only the second time though that we'd all been together. And it was just really it felt like normal, Like yeah, there were some things that came up and we're all on very different ends of the spectrum on like every possible area. But it was really nice. We had a really good time.
Oh,
Felt
that's
like it
cool.
was like healing in a way.
No, that's so awesome because yeah, that's it's definitely it was a void this year.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah,
it felt like last year for me. So I know how that goes, but that's kind of why I wanted to share because it's, there's hope. I feel
I,
like it gave me a lot of hope, because I'm telling you, like my family, like I have three brothers and they were all there with their families. And like I said, it's like we're all over the place. It's pretty extreme opposites as you can be. And, we were all I didn't feel like I had to tread lightly at all, which was nice, but because you don't want to have to feel like that with family, ideally. But we were all, kind of not going too into into too much depth on some topics because we know we're on opposite ends. But it was good. It was really good. Mhm. Hey, everybody in chat. Sorry, I'm not really paying attention.
Well, and I wonder. So, well, I know on the computer, I like the chat looks nice and clean over the screen. At least for me, it does on the
Mm-hmm.
computer. I don't know
Yeah.
how that's on a phone.
I mean, I was just on there briefly, and it's so small, on the phone, so it was like I could see the chat and everything. It looked pretty clear.
Okay.
Right
Yeah.
now, for my screen, like I see it twice. Do you see it twice on yours too?
Well, no, I maximized the restream.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I did that. Well, when I did, I was like, oh, okay, I kind of like this because. And if you just move around the thing, you get your options still pop up down there at the bottom. Like if you wanted to turn the camera on, off, or mic mute and unmute. But overall, then it stays up.
Oh, I think I'm losing connection or something.
Oh, well, I did lean back, so I don't know if that
Oh, there we go.
faded me out.
Yeah, all of a sudden you went robot for me, but it might be on my end. I don't know. It says that I have full internet right now, but it always says that in my internet. Is milkmaid around?
It's like, well, it shows full bars, but yet I keep cutting out.
Yeah.
It might have been me. Which I will say that's one thing with this because, okay, if you'll notice with StreamYard, you go to StreamYard.com/ and then it's just going to be whatever
Yeah.
event's been posted. Where with this, that invite link, it's not the same link as this link. It's going into the studio that then brings you in. I wonder if that's part of the issue some people have.
Wait, say that again. So when I'm looking at the link you have pinned, it looks
Mhm.
like the same address that I'm at right now. But are you saying
So,
that's different?
well, it's like if you look in the browser window, like on my browser window,
Mm-hmm.
all it's got is studio.restream.io. That's it.
Okay. Yeah, mine has this, / and then the whole
Yeah,
gibberish code.
and I think it's because I go into my account, but then once I do the event, it creates the event in the studio, and then that's where that whole little identifier gets translated.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I don't see that. It's still not showing and I think that's what makes them useful with the restream because they're kind of doing it with that studio ready for you to. Because one thing about this, you can do this through OBS. Like that's what I think a lot of them do that do use this. They're using it because you can. Like I use OBS with StreamYard, but OBS goes through StreamYard to YouTube.
Okay, yeah.
With Restream, you can use Restream into OBS and then to YouTube.
I see.
So instead of cycling it this way, basically from OBS to StreamYard to YouTube, it actually goes from Restream to OBS to YouTube.
And is that easier for you? I haven't used OBS very much.
Oh, I know. I mean, I can see where, like, if you wanted to kind of get into it, that would be the thing to do because that's how you can then set up like all these scenes and you can do the transitions and.
Yeah. When I first started, that's what I was told to use, and that to me was like really overwhelming. But I mean, I'm fairly tech savvy, but it's like I get, I'm self-taught, you know what I mean? So I have to like get in something and use it and figure out how it works. And then, I probably, if I'd stuck with it, I would have figured it out. But then when
There's
I found StreamYard, I was like, yep, this is way easier. So,
well, there's another program like OBS
hey,
out
Max,
now
buddy.
that's really easy. It's very user friendly and it was intended that way. It's called Prism Live Studio.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost identical to OBS, only okay, my quick interpretations. OBS has that technical, professional kind of look like you need to know what the hell you're doing. Otherwise,
Right.
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Prism
Which is
Live.
why I felt out of my element.
Right. Well, that Prism it's got the same features, but it's been, hey, this is OBS for dummies. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
things are a lot simpler. Like it just goes, oh, you want your mic to work? Just turn this on. You know, you don't have to, oh, okay, click this, set this up. So that, and it seems to be okay so far. I haven't really tested it to see if it's like a resource hog or something.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I wanted to say, hey, what's up, Rocksteady? I'm sorry.
So one thing I'm noticing though, I do have mine open where I can see like both chats. You know what I mean? I didn't maximize my screen, and the
Oh,
chat isn't moving. Like it doesn't progress itself forward.
oh well,
Which
and
is
here's
kind
a
of
funny
weird.
thing since you're looking at it in Restream. So now here's a funny for you. So the chat that's on the far right inside the big window,
Mm-hmm.
okay, the
Yeah.
new poster on the bottom, but in the window looking at the screen chat, it's at the top.
Wait, say that one more time.
Like look at NC Deb. She says I can't. Oh well, here Scat Pack says I've only been to 2 rechecks. Well,
Yeah.
over in the Restream chat over on the far right, it's at the bottom down there where you would type the message. But in the window on viewing the video, looking at the chat, she's actually at the top of the chat.
Yeah. My chats are way off.
Yeah, they're backwards.
No, I know. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not even seeing some of the comments.
Oh,
Now I'm looking at it. I'm looking at both. That's kind of weird.
are you missing them on the screen or on the big window?
On the big window.
Oh,
Let me see. I'm trying to see where the comment is that I'm seeing on. Just because I know you're trying to figure this all out, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
because, oh, man. Find out while I can. I got 2 days to decide.
I'm trying to see. Oh, I can't scroll on there. Duh. I'm trying to scroll on the little screen now. The last comment that I have in my big, like the big window chat, is from Deb, saying, it says Benjamin, it's small but paid for. That's the last comment that I have, and then it's like it's like not frozen, but it's not progressing.
Oh,
But the, obviously the chat on the screen is.
so the big window is what kind of stopped.
Yeah.
Do you have the scroll bar next to it? So can you like
Oh,
slide
okay,
it up?
wait. Now it just refreshed, and now they're actually going the same way. So they're both coming in on the top.
Oh,
That's
well,
weird. It just flipped.
I wonder if
I didn't do anything.
I'm gonna try refreshing. So if I were to disappear by refreshing, I'll
Yeah.
be back. What's up, Tom? How are you,
Okay.
sir? What's up, William?
Hey, Tom. Good to see you always. Oh, yep. There he went. No, I'm not on a tablet, William. And hello. I'm on my laptop. When I called in earlier, I was on my phone and on my Bluetooth, and my Bluetooth are pretty crappy, so it just sounded really bad.
Oh, no, I gotta. One thing about me refreshing, and then it killed the on-screen chat because it changed the option.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
see,
mine are synced up now.
that's part of that streaming part. Because like this, I could set that chat where it would just show the restream chat. Well,
Yeah,
then that way, if you link that to the Twitch and the Facebook and the
right.
Twitter or whatever, as that chat came into here, OBS would then take the restream, what it's saying, and it would put it up in like the YouTube or wherever you're putting it out on your website or whatever. You're like a funnel.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that about Restream. I mean, I think that's like kind of one of the bigger features that it does, to to be able to pull in the chat from all different platforms.
Yeah. And
Some people I know even will have that connected to their Discord so that there's a way in Discord so that you have the chat restreamed there as well.
yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
See, that would be good for you because you're active.
Hmm.
Of course, you're actually active with real children too, which is a full timer.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I can't come up on panel very often, but it's nice when I can.
Oh, I'm thoroughly tickled. I love it. I don't get to talk to you often.
I know. Yeah, I
Busy,
wish I'd,
busy.
yeah, yeah, that's well, and with being sick and then not having a voice, it was like it's just been the whole month has just been like a blur. I can't believe how quickly November has flown by. Been busy at school too. We're at
How's
report
have,
card season.
have you been liking it? Having
I
fun? It's
love
still
it. I love
good.
it. I love the school I'm at. It's amazing. It's an absolute godsend. It's one of those things where it's like you know how you don't always recognize that you're in the midst of something God has for you when it happens? This is one of those
Yes,
times where it's like I absolutely knew it instantly. Like I'm in the right place, which is great.
this is where you're supposed to be.
Yeah. Yep. It's going really well. Just a really good school. It's a small private Christian, really small private Christian school. And I have a really great class. I mean, just amazing students and really nice families. And, we're not all on the exact same page on everything, obviously, but just a really supportive, positive community that are, at least have the same foundation.
Well, then that's reality. Reality
Yeah.
is not you can't. Not everybody's gonna like everything about everybody. It just doesn't
Right.
run that way. But if everybody at least has the same moral compass, the same values, you know, then the rest just is you do you, boo. I mean,
Yeah,
because
exactly. But
and
it's
that's what we need.
amazing going from public school to private school and having, it's just been a total shift in mindset because I always very much honored that, you keep religion and politics out of teaching. Not everybody obviously does that, but that's how I was taught. And that's what I did, if kids ask me specifically about my religious beliefs or, you know, political beliefs or anything like that, I could acknowledge it and I could address it, but it was never something that I actively brought up to them,
Yeah.
which I think is appropriate. But anyway, but here it's like kids will bring up things or I'll have things that come up in my mind that relate to my faith. And it's like I've had to teach myself like, oh, I can talk about that with them. I don't have to bite my tongue. I don't have to wait for them to ask me. I can like actively bring these things up. So it's pretty amazing.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Hey, Rector, how's it working
Hey,
out?
It's doing pretty good so far. A little bit of
Josh,
hiccups here.
I don't think we've been on panel at the same time before. It's nice to get to see you and talk to you.
Yeah, good to see you. I've been on panel with other people.
Yeah, I see you around a lot.
Yeah, he hangs out on Bonnie's and Deanne's,
Yeah, I agree, Scat Pack.
Chuck's. Yeah. Teachers shouldn't talk about stuff that's not school related. Well, yeah, I mean, you're there to do a job,
Yeah.
and which I don't know, man. I wish the homes would claim their families back too. It's
Mm.
if we could get families to actually be collective again, participate, then just teach basics, And I personally think, I don't know, college is overrated. We need trade schools.
Yeah. I'll definitely be encouraging my kids, you know, if the world hasn't fallen apart by then, to be in trade schools.
Yes, man. I'm so glad that my daughter changed the damn front hub on her car, brakes. She's a hands-on girl, and I like that. And not that I would say like, oh no, do it yourself. It's like my wife knows what it takes to do stuff. No, she's never done it. She didn't have to. That's what I do. But
Hmm.
it's knowing how stuff works makes a difference, and I think my kids are on the line because that's where I say outside sources, it makes a difference. You can have the best intentions under the sun, and the minute they're out of your ear range and eyesight and intake, then the rest of the world is steadily whispering away.
Right.
That's the challenge.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, parenting right now. I mean, you know, it's the only time I've been a parent, but it's intense. You know, I feel like I'm constantly on guard for my kids.
You are. It's that I will say that too. I kind of, if I had to be honest nowadays and just be like, okay, sorry, here's just because there is no book on this. There's no, and at this point in the game, hell, solid principle is even hard to find, that's being actually supported because it's just the littlest things because you'll try to do the simplest things with your kid, but the whole overall picture and just the laziness and complacency makes it hard to encourage.
Mhm.
Hey, there's Steve-O.
Hey, aloha, Steve.
Hey,
Hey,
hello.
Steve. What's
What's
up?
up, Josh? How are you?
Good, you?
Good, good.
So
I
at
just
work,
want to
you
come
didn't
up
have
and
no
say
problem?
hi. I can't stay long. I just wanted to say hi and check out the Restream too, because I think I have Restream. I just never used it.
Oh, well, they've got a free version just like StreamYard, and did you come up okay? Did it connect?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, really easy. That's why I wanted to try. Because I know some other people are giving them a hard time, but
Breaking up a
let's
little.
share. Yeah, I have the
It seems to be working
paid
for me
version a couple
fine
months
now.
ago. I forgot. What's that, Indy?
Oh, I said it's working. It seems to be working for me fine now, which is good. I don't know. It was just hard for it to connect.
Yeah, mine went right away. But yeah, I do like the background too.
I like that chat up on the screen. I gotta say, it's pretty.
Yep. Yeah,
And
definitely.
if you throw it up on a big screen, it actually looks it's pretty then easier because you see the panel and you see the chat coming down and it's clear to me, at least on
Yeah, I just made it
full screen.
full screen. Oh yeah, that it is. That's why I like that.
Isn't that
I
cool?
think I might start using Restream. I think I paid for it a couple months ago, and you just do stuff and you totally forget. So I think I've had it for a couple months and didn't even know it.
Well, I'm doing it because it's $6 cheaper than StreamYard a month.
Right?
So it's, hey man, that's $6.
I like
Hey,
it
that's
because
over.
I like it because I can see the shadow on you.
There you go.
Right. A year. That's a big truck over a year. It's a half a tank of gas.
Right. Well,
But I'm
until
hoping
next
that you
year.
guys want a 40
Till,
inch monitor, so everything was bigger than me.
Yeah, till next year it'll be only a half a tank.
Right.
I think maybe it accept whenever I go full screen and then go back to the smaller screen. I wonder if that's when it kind of, because it acts goofy for me for a moment. But I haven't even set up like the OBS to it and stuff really, or I haven't. I literally finally got it started this morning. I had tried yesterday or day before, and it wasn't wanting to connect to my YouTube account. It would all like light up okay, and it'd be like okay, and then in about 30 seconds, all of a sudden this little error thing would pop up going boop, might not reach all destinations. Make sure you're connected. And I'm like, well, what the hell more can I do than to go okay? I finally got the support people on this morning, and I had to go in and delete it. I had to create it, let it give me the error, then actually remove it out of their system through the remove feature, and then put it back in, and apparently then it worked.
So on this one, because in StreamYard, I know if you're on the panel, you can still type in the chat. Can you type in the chat if you're on the panel on this one?
Not on the screen, but do you have that over there on the right hand on the bottom? Do you have type a message?
Let me go back to no. It's just I can.
Yeah, we got private chat.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's gonna suck. You guys need
private chat works. Yeah, private chat definitely works.
Well, StreamYard you can't either, can you?
Yeah, you can.
On StreamYard you can, yeah.
Even
But
the guest
on a computer.
Yeah, you can type in the chat on StreamYard because I've done it.
But I think you can
But
only
not,
do that when you're the host, right?
Oh, is that it? You know what? You might be right. Never paid attention.
Actually, I usually use it on my phone, so it's possible it's because I'm too.
Yeah, well, I've only heard when people are on their phone a lot of times, they're like, I can't type in chat.
I know I can on my tablet.
I think people don't know how to find it sometimes on the phone.
There's a private chat.
I'm going to click this little need help button, see if that's anything. Nope, that didn't do nothing.
But I don't see a way to type in the YouTube chat.
Let's see. There's nothing back here.
How to connect streaming software with Restream.
I don't know what this means, but it says guests can add channels to the stream. But I don't know what that means because you can now add a channel to the stream, whatever the hell that means.
Oh, really?
That's what it just said when I was under the guest. It says I can select this thing. It says guests can add channels to the stream.
Huh.
Oh, it looks like there's an option for us to be able to stream on our channels too.
Yeah, that's what I was. Okay.
And then it also has a place where it says there's like the plus sign. You can share. We can share our screens.
That's what I was trying to do on StreamYard for the longest with Ray and David Devine.
Yeah.
So that is sweet. I'm glad you're using Restream today, Rusty, because I'm gonna start using it more.
That's what I thought you guys were gonna do, and then I thought you were using Restream, Steve, but you guys were using StreamYard when you did that.
Yeah, but what we were trying to, we actually never figured it out or did it, and I upgraded the StreamYard package too, so that they had access to my StreamYard.
Yeah.
But then we just never figured it out, and we're just like, whatever. But I know it helps Ronnie out too, though, because now he can just use my StreamYard whenever, I can set. And he used to have his daughter come over to set it up for him.
And now you can help him on the back end.
Yeah, I can set him up for him. I could make thumbnails for him, and.
Can you guys hear me okay? Because my screen is frozen, so I must have a bad connection right now.
Oh, yes,
No,
ma'am.
we hear you fine. I was gonna say the same thing about mine because I didn't check the mic or anything before I entered the stream or whatever it said.
Sounds good.
Just no Beetlejuice in my suburb, just Governor Fred
Yeah.
Flintstone.
I was just looking at that too.
That's funny. Ah, this is
Man.
cool.
Wait a minute. Why you got to insult Fred Flintstone, Benjamin?
What's Fred ever done to you?
Yeah,
That
there
guy
was something on.
had calluses on his feet just to put rock over their head.
Dude,
They didn't have roofs back
there was
then.
something on CNN about there. Apparently, there's some people that are saying Fetterman for president in 20.
Oh, I've heard that too.
I thought that was so funny. I'm sorry. That's.
Oh, I should have came up like that. Good night, everybody.
Right?
Hey, good night, everybody.
I was listening to something yesterday. They were like, yeah, the thing is, like, the guy doesn't know everyone's making fun of him unless his handler or whatever types it out on the screen he reads and tells him, but he wouldn't even understand that. So why stop making fun of him?
Wow. Miss Sharon, I didn't think about that. So you got me thinking now because Sharon said I have seizures. So when chat is really going, I like to cut chat off on my TV. It will cause me to have a seizure when it's on my TV.
So having it up on the screen would make that hard.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Well, and I wonder if I ought to start going in because I do the subscriber. I wonder if I ought to go ahead and start doing chat like for 30 seconds or something. Then
Moose.
it'll always have a pause then. I don't know.
Does it still have
Miss
the?
Sharon, will you let me know, please, Sharon, and don't hesitate. I promise you, do not hesitate. If they have it on the screen causes, if you think, man, that might be messing with me, let me know, please, because I just like to become aware of things.
Well, another thing too is if people put up comments or you get trolls or sex bots or whatever, you have to catch it before it gets on the screen or it's, permanently there in your stream.
Hey, what, Liz?
Hey, what?
Hey, Sharon, are you feeling better, Sharon? I know last week you weren't good for the beginning of the week.
Hey, Song. Later, brother.
Have
Make
a
it
good
a
one,
great day.
Song.
What's up, What Life? And Miss Sharon, I know you said I will cut it off yourself, but see, like right now, I've got the chat on the same screen as the video. So, like on the TV, that's the same. So you can't cut that part off. Like, watch, I'm going to do this and you'll see what I mean. So, like, if you're looking at me right now on the screen, you'll see the chat right beside me. But if I turn that off, it's like a StreamYard thing. Now it's just us. But with Restream, I do that. But I don't want that to bother you. So because that won't be something you could cut off, but I could.
Is there still the 8-second delay on here too?
Are you ready? 1. Apparently, a long
I can
gap.
do it. Yeah, Russ, you do it again. I can do it.
All right, 1.
2.
That's not bad.
Yeah. I'm on my phone in chat, looking at the chat too, and it looks like they're pretty synced up. It looks like it's closer than StreamYard.
2. That was like 30 seconds away.
Wait a minute. See, you snitched yourself off because you actually said it took 30 seconds, which means you had to hear the 1.
Yeah, I know. I got too. It was too funny, and I never know when to stop talking.
When you don't have nothing
William,
to
it's good to see you. Yeah, who I don't. To be honest, I don't really like the chat on the screen either. I think there's sometimes when people put things in chat that they don't want everybody to see. So when I'm in, I mean, I don't do that often, but sometimes you do, and you just kind of hope the person doesn't highlight it.
Well, I can say one thing about having the chat, and it kind of was like, damn, man, that kind of sucks, is I couldn't do my overlay with my little flag,
Oh, right, right.
because if I do the chat with the overlay, it shoves half that screen over under the flag. And it cuts off the whole top message almost up there because of that white banner.
Yeah, I like the chat on the screen because when I'm in StreamYard, I try to put the chats on the screen, but then it's hard for me because it's like I'm trying to pay attention who's on panel talking, and then I'm trying to read the chat, but then I'm not a good multitasker. So I think when the chat's on the screen, it takes away less.
Well, now see, I got to say, as you were sitting there saying that, for some reason, there was this real faint Australian voice back here going, no, mate, I just want to talk to you. I came to talk to you, mate. Somehow, Rank, because Rank done chewed me out about that one time already, going, no, I don't look at chat. I come here to talk with you. That's okay. But I'm talking with everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
I've tried that before on my StreamYard, and then people get mad at me. Like, well, we're here too. It's like, I know, but yeah, it's hard. That's why I like that. Now, Ronnie's on my StreamYard too. When we're both on, he'll kind of like put the chats on the screen, and then I don't. But sometimes I go back and rewatch them, and I'm like, oh, I don't remember that, like him saying that, so I know I don't miss stuff.
Bonnie, that's Steve Harloa.
Well, the name things ought to show.
Yeah, the names are up.
Okay.
It's really weird. It's you guys are all like your individual screens are frozen still for me, but I can see you moving around. Yeah, I can see
am I at least
moving around the.
Am I frozen with at least a good expression on my face?
It's kind of in between.
Oh.
Aloha, Bonnie.
But I think it's just frozen for me. I don't think it's frozen for everybody right now.
Because sometimes screens get frozen in the funniest positions. Sometimes I didn't want to have one of those. I'm like, oh, dude, and I got that half-eyed open kind of Twitter, caught me right in mid-blink kind of thing. Well, Josh, I'm sorry, buddy, but we might end up bouncing between a little chat and maybe not so chat. Maybe if I'm like up here with just me, and depending on who the other person is, then maybe I put chat up, but then depending on who else is up here, I might end up having to take the chat down.
It don't matter to me. It's not my channel. I can only avoid my opinion.
This is true, sir.
Bonnie said
Bonnie, I just looked, Bonnie's, and I'm already subscribed to you. So I've seen you before.
Yeah, Benjamin.
Somewhere, probably from
Benjamin, unless you're a mod, but you are a mod, so that's weird.
Well, no,
maybe not Bonnie's. Yeah, maybe not at Bonnie's. If you're a mod and you share an email, it will share. But if you're not a mod, then it won't even show it as a comment at all.
Yeah. Well, and I think if I'm not mistaken, there's an option in YouTube Studio, that you can let people even do that or not. Did I read something like that? Let them, because it's like letting the moderators post the links, or I'll have to look at that. There was some about that again. Well, I don't know. I tell you what, try to type your email in right here because you're a mod here. If it works, then you know it's the mod thing. If it don't work, then I'll look in Studio. I'll tell you something. God is real.
And I can always turn on my software, and that'll make it bigger. But of course, that'll make it bigger for me.
Yeah. There you go.
Because I have software on the computer that will make it as big as I need it.
Magnify. Well, that is cool, Miss Sharon. So Sharon said, I want to tell you something. God is real. He answered one of my prayers this past Wednesday. That is awesome.
I don't know, Benjamin. Have you been a good boy?
I'm always good.
I guess that's up to Bonnie to decide. Hey,
Yeah,
Moonchild. Good
you
to
might
see
get cold, Benjamin.
you.
Yeah, see, it worked here. I will say one thing that just dawned on me too, because yeah, the on-screen chat, some people might not like that because then that becomes part of the video. So then that becomes wherever it's seen, then the chat is all seen. Where when you do like with the other streams, you can kind of turn that chat off or on, so it'll save the video, but it doesn't always save the chat. Me,
Right.
it's selected, but sometimes YouTube says no, sometimes YouTube says sure. It's a whatever for me. It's all checked. It's kind of like being 18 and over. That's been checked since I created the thing, but sometimes they pop this little thing going, hey, that's only for 18 and older. It's like, well, as a matter of fact, that's usually what I reply back to is going, I already checked it once. I can't check it again.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it just gets released and then it's okay. And it's like, okay, so when are you guys going to get up off me?
Well, I know on my StreamYard lives, if I have to go back and edit it for, like one time I had a copyright claim for 4 seconds of a song in the background. So I just muted the 4 seconds. And because I did that, it didn't, the chat from the live stream, it was removed because I removed 4 seconds of a song.
Did you do it through the studio?
Oh, this is
like
a few months
like
ago.
because if I don't go over, I think it's 8 hours. I think it's 8 hours is the limit. Might be 6 for you two. I can't remember which.
I think
6 or 8. But
6 hours.
up until that point, though, because they did that. Hell, they've done it when I played that radio right there, and had a song I didn't even know. I didn't even know it played. Their shit actually heard shit that nobody else even really paid attention to. And wait, I had to go listen to that going, oh shit, it was playing. What was that again? Oh damn, there's those words. What? Matter of fact, it did it to me.
That's
with
what
Nikki
it was
and
for a
came from
second
the roof
part.
of the chicken coop. Well, I was out there at the chicken coop and they were doing the roof on it. Pandora on my phone was playing and it played Fire on the Mountain. And I'm going to tell you right now, that song will block your video worldwide. For some reason, if you play that song in your stream will not be visible
Which song was
worldwide. Fire on the Mountain.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. That's Eric pokes at me every now and then because if I'm kind of getting stressed and I'm kind of going, I don't understand, he'll go, play Fire on the Mountain, Rescue. It'll all make it better. And it's like, yeah, because it'll all make it go away. Because I don't know what it is. Hey,
yeah, to this day, I still don't even know what the 4 seconds of the song, because we went out, we stopped somewhere to eat at a restaurant or something. It was 4, and I replayed, and I couldn't hear like panic listen or something over at YouTube.
That's what it's because it's actually like a synthesizer that's watching the vocals. And so it's actually picking and hearing things that probably we hadn't even heard or noticed. It's like, oh, wait, because it's looking at it on a spectrum level type shit. But they get me in like the Fire of the Mountain one. Now that stream was so long, I had to figure out, I had to download it. And then that was the one time I've been able to figure out what I use. I think I used that DaVinci. It was like, okay, I don't know. It says to cut here and put it together. Okay, I think it worked and I uploaded it. But on the other ones, I'll just go to that studio and I'll go under the copyright violation to where it'll say partially blocked or some shit. And I go to, the view. Well, then when I go there, it'll give you that little arrow to select and you can go into that editing deal. and
Right.
you can trim it or mute it. And I usually just tell it to mute it. But I haven't noticed if the chat then gets all screwed.
Did you do that for oh, I Went Robot?
No, I mean, I heard you. I just read that too.
I forgot. Oh yeah, do you go through Studio or the dashboard? Because
I go through Studio.
Yeah, I do Studio on my phone, but dashboard on my laptop and tablet.
Oh, so on YouTube?
Yeah, yep. YouTube dashboard. There's a lot more stuff to choose from and pick from.
Oh, so that's downloadable then, huh?
Yeah, it took me forever to find it on my. Let me see if I could share. You can do share screen on this, can't you?
Yeah.
Is that what this is? Oh yeah, it is. Let's see, dashboard. Okay, so this is my dashboard.
Okay, well, I mean that's okay. So that's inside, and then your little logo up there in the left-hand corner. You click that goes out to your channel, right?
Yep, that takes me channel.
No, the other one.
Or
no, the other one on the left. The other left. Yeah.
Wait. This no, am I right then? Actually, both of them will take me.
Well, that should pull your account.
Yeah, this one will take me to my channel.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the one.
Yeah,
Then. That's what I use in YouTube. So on regular YouTube, just like watching your channel or something, I can go up there to that little icon in the top right and select my icon, and I can go down to the studio. So yeah, I do that one.
Okay, yep. I use that one, then I can go to Nick's channel, or I can go to Pablo's channel.
Yeah, you went a little robotic there. I wonder if it's let me turn
I think it's
down just a wonder if it's like the
I think it might
cancellation.
Might be my computer too, because I got. Anytime I try to share screen, it slows everything else up.
Okay. Yeah, because it's like you were fine, but then you'll like just then when you were doing it, it start to cut in and out.
I'm pretty. I need to upgrade laptop, or just reset it, factory reset it, and get rid of all the crap that's on here.
Well, yeah, that's how. I'm always a fan of that because there's so much that builds up in the cache. Not to mention the whole add and remove program shit is a total lie. Windows has never removed a program. All it does is it'll delete some of the files and the shortcut for you to start that program, but the folder will still be there with all the bullshit in it. They never fix
yeah, it doesn't matter what you got rid of, it's still in there somewhere. But oh man, it's already a quarter to 1. All right, I still got to shower and get ready. Leave in 45 minutes, so.
Wow,
I
wanted to come up and say hi. What's that?
What are you doing today, Steve?
Oh, we got excuse me. We got a wedding to go to.
Oh, fun. Have a good time.
So I get to actually won't be wearing work clothes today.
Nice.
Hey, are you and Nina going to go ahead and renew your vows?
Nah. Well, honestly, we never through government got married because to us it's just another contract with the government.
Well, it's a paper, man. It's a marriage is between two
Right.
people, and
Right.
it's
Yeah. It's
a
between
relationship.
she's got a ring. She's got a ring. I got a ring. We've been together for 97 years, almost 8, but
Got that dog brain.
no, it's just a piece of paper and another contract with the government. And she's already been married once, and I've never been married through government. So, but yeah, like you said, it's
Just a piece of paper.
you know.
As you can see, it doesn't make or break it one way or another. It's still the people in the relationship. That's what makes or breaks it.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with the paper or the cool fancy seal on it or none of that shit. That's it. Well, dude, that's gonna
even
have a
if
blast.
Oh yeah, it's been.
So,
wow.
Question. So, Hawaiian weddings are they
Way different?
Yeah. So, did you get the whole hula? What do they call that? The hula stuff and all the decorations like that. Do they do the Hawaiian kind of look?
It depends on, like, today I don't think it will be like that much because well, maybe, but the bride is from here, so usually it's more like that when you're weren't born and raised here. But born and raised, it is a little bit, but it's more just like it's hard to explain. Well, you know what? We might go live later while we're there. So
there you go.
And we got another one next Saturday.
Oh, damn it. Becoming a trendy thing, huh?
The last wedding we've been to was 2019, so it's like, wow. And now we got 2 weekends in a row, but next week is going to be fun because it's all white.
Oh, so you
just, and I don't have any white clothes, so like just 2 days ago we ordered on Amazon white pants, white shirt, white shoes for me and her, a white dress for her.
Oh, dang. You
and
got to wear shades. It's going to be so bright.
And that one next week, the bride's parents are, what did they say, very, very wealthy. And it's going to be at their house in the North Shore on the beach house. So that one's going to be.
Hell yeah.
But today we're going out North Shore. I can never remember the name of the ranch, but it's a ranch, and it's where they filmed Jurassic Park at.
Shoot, yeah. Well, don't get ate up by a T-Rex.
Someone just walked in my garage. But yeah, we might. Depends. We might go live though while we're out there later.
Hell yeah.
For a little bit. So.
Right on.
But cool. But until then, I wanted to come up and say hi and check out the restream. I'm glad I did.
Hell yeah. Well, I'm glad you did too. You're always welcome.
Awesome, yeah. And if we don't go live later, we'll see you guys soon. Either way.
That's it. Right on, brother. Well, you be safe. Give Nina a hug.
Yep, definitely will. And Indy and Josh, you guys have a great weekend.
You too.
And everyone in chat too, much love and aloha.
Take care.
All right, bye guys.
Later, buddy. Be safe. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, I don't know. I just might make the best of it for now. Save the $6. Try to give it a month or two and work out the kinks. I think if I could get this incorporated into which I'm going to redo this dang computer. I just got to get past this damn chicken coop thing. I got to get that over with. Whew. What a butt kicker. Scat Pack there, still loose. Don't let them lie to you, Steve. Hey, I wonder if they filmed the one version there where they had those cool little clear balls that they would ride in. Now that I gotta say that'd be pretty badass to have one of those. Steve, there you go. Thank you. Oh, okay, Indy. I just scrolled up in the thing and saw that. She says I'm muted for a bit because I'm getting my kids ready to go somewhere. Cool. That was so cool, man. Then Andy got Josh, had Steve-O, Miss D. So far, let a few different people been able to come up. That's good. Kush not coming up though. I'm gonna ask Restream what might cause that with phones and see if there's something I need to tell people or. Okay, Sharon said, okay, Rescue, when Steve left, it changed my chat. It is now top to bottom of my TV. When 4 people were on it, it was only half screen on far right. Oh, wow. Eric, that's fine, but marriage is a... No, it's not. If it doesn't work, you got to look at everything and then you move on. Let's skip it. Hey, Tom, come on down. You're the next panel guest on the... What is it? Oh, wait, what did Navy Vet come up with? KRSQ Radio. Hey, Kim, how are you? That's it, Miss Sharon. It might be that too, because I'll have to start doing some reading on Restream and maybe kind of follow some of the little forum parts and see what maybe people using it, issues that they've had. Because the first time I tried this a long time ago, it was like, yeah, it's okay, but I just went back to StreamYard because I don't know. I did. And then this, though, because I will say, like, if I was up here by myself just talking, I think I would like to chat on the regular big screen. Because then all I have to do is I could just look at that screen and there. Which I don't, I liked it. It looks good. It's clean. I like that. It wasn't blurry looking, or at least not on my end. So that was.
Yeah, I like it. I might put through it. I might not use StreamYard anymore. I'm not even paying for StreamYard. But I might get you this type of version because of that.
Wow. Well, it was definitely one of the things I liked about the Restream. And I like the blue background. That's another big key thing for me is I don't have that big white, bright background that you can't change. With this one, it's a nice blue, subtle. Oh, hey, there's Miss Bonnie.
Hey y'all, how you
Hey,
doing?
Bonnie, what's up?
Howdy do, man.
How are y'all?
Good.
Sunny side up.
Awesome. It's fantastic.
I think Indy's still AFK. She's getting her kids ready.
Yeah, I saw that. Those boys in chat were going to get me going, and I said, maybe I better go up and say hi to Rescue. Stay out of trouble.
Yeah. I try to stay out of trouble.
There you go. Oh, Lord.
Oops, what'd I touch? This is
I
a
don't
little
know.
different for me. Oh, there we go. It had
Would-
some ad over my chat and I couldn't see it.
Oh. Let's try to look it up. My child, marriage is a trap. Marriage isn't a trap.
That's the discussion that was going to get me in trouble. Even though I've been married twice and they didn't work, I just still think it's possible if both parties are willing to work at
Well, it takes the two people, and if two people have, here comes that good old
it.
rescue stuff. But if both those people have a moral compass, and they actually have that feeling, and then that's going to work. Yeah, if people are seeking comfort or attention,
To fill a hole
concern,
that's missing
yeah,
in them.
from some outside source, well, then it's Russian roulette, and you might get lucky and get one that happens to go, you know what, I'm kind of the same way, and we'll figure it out and make it work. Most of the time, you kind of end up with that, holy shit, how did I end up here? What's going on? Why did I do this? How did this happen? And shit goes south.
Yep.
Because if you don't, ideally, you should be strong in yourself and know a focus, know a direction, have your self-established character, and meet somebody the same way. And those two seem to start to merge, so you have two independent, solid worlds that will then merge and build into one. And that's the ideal way. But
Yeah.
see, the big pictures hasn't been directed that way. Hell, you're not even supposed to really give a shit about the person. It's all about the sex thing. That's
Yeah.
the latest narrative there. It's just the sensation.
And when it's that, then they get the wandering eyes and the grass looks greener on the other side.
Oh well, yeah, because that was never. That's the minute that becomes the point. Then that's a constant variable that ever changes. I mean, that's never stable.
Yes.
So and it never will be. It don't matter how much money you throw at something, how much attention, butt kissing, whatever. That won't ever, because you can't build a solid home on a sandy foundation. And that is definitely one of the grains of sand.
Yep.
Hey, I'm back. Thanks. Sorry. Hey, Bonnie.
Hi, Andy. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Did you have a good
Yeah.
Thanksgiving?
It was different.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a different Thanksgiving for everybody these last couple years,
Yes.
Hey, Ridge Runner. Good to see you.
What's up, Ridger? Yes, sir. I'm still on. Oh, and Miss and Kim come in, says, I'm a single old maid and I love it. You guys want to hear her story, though. And then I'm sure Miss Kim has a good one.
I bet she does. Yeah, one of my friends, she used to always tell me, God's going to send him to your door one day. And I said, I don't know about that because he might get shot.
Kim said about a month ago, we closed down tonight to have a wedding reception at the VFW. I knew the people. The mother was one of my classmates, but her daughter's almost 40 years old. I'm like, whatever. Just kind of like drove the point home, didn't it, Kim? Like, damn. Just goes to show you it's really true. Facts do not care about feelings. Because it's kind of we get to talking sometimes, and that's how it is. you rattle shit off, and then it's like, wait a minute. Oh shit, that's been 20 years. So wow. Or we'll meet one of the kids' friends went to school with. We might be in town and we'll see one of them, and then all of a sudden you see them, and man, you're what? Here's this grown man or this grown woman, and you're just like, oh wow, and it has been that long. Damn, I feel old.
You guys are cracking me up.
Rich Runner, he's a mess. Him and Huckleberry and
Naughty, hey.
yeah, I think it was Scat Pack or Steel. I don't know. They're messes.
Oh my goodness, all them people. Wow.
Rescue, Bonnie.
Who's rescued? Oh, okay. Hi.
How did you?
Josh's aunt.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Touch with who?
Yeah,
Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Oh, yes, I did. Did you?
Yes, ma'am. I sure did.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yes, ma'am. We enjoy time with Josh. We enjoy his company.
He enjoys time with you guys, I'll tell you.
It becomes addicting.
Yeah, we keep him thinking.
Oh, yes, he needs that.
Yes, ma'am.
You done with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Catch you
Yes,
guys
ma'am.
later.
Yes, ma'am.
Take care,
See
honey.
you later.
Huck was innocently eating tacos. Can you believe that comment?
Oh no, Eric.
Okay, which one is Eric? Is that Steel and Tree?
Steel and Tree, yeah.
Okay.
He always has the X jokes.
Yep.
Dang. Yeah. Eric had a hell of an experience, I gotta say, because he's been scarred for life.
Bless his heart.
I'm glad he keeps a sense of humor about it.
Right. Hey, that dude is a handcrafting. He's done hand carved bowls.
Oh, he makes beautiful things.
Oh yeah. He repurposes a lot of stuff and makes some awesome looking stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
I love that
well.
kind of stuff. All the woodwork that he does. I love that.
Eating
I
tacos.
miss that.
Oh.
That my mother's at me again to move a house out there. Here we go again. I had relieved that stress, but the first thing I'm gonna do is put up some sawhorses, and because he's got every tool you can imagine in the garage, and I'm gonna go nuts.
There you go.
I see you doing it in a wheelchair. I can do it in a chair.
That's
Sharon, Eric does that too. You should check out. I think he has stuff on his page, right?
it. Well, I tell you, we
I've
just
seen
even
him.
do a little better than that. Let's see.
Let me see
If
if I
not, you need to.
I
Eric.
still have pictures.
am not subbed. What in the world? Actually, I didn't know he had a channel.
Is that the one that has? Okay, oops, wrong one. This one. No, wait a minute. Dag nibbit.
Well, I don't
There.
see.
This one.
Is that from Eric?
Have a
Is that
good one, Ellen.
content? He doesn't post it.
I don't think he posted on his channel.
This is like the bowls
Or
that he makes.
Oh,
yeah,
that
and he
is
said they're
cool.
power carved, not hand carved, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, he corrects me, but I'm sorry. It's his hand holding the damn grinder, so it's hand carved. So there. I think he doesn't want us to sound, like it's this hard handing, but to me, it's the same. I mean, matter of fact, I would almost say that that's probably even a little rougher on your hands and wrists because of the constant vibration of the motor of the running
Yes,
the thing instead of just running a sharp tool through there and carving.
those are beautiful. My
So there,
uncle
Eric. Neener,
would
neener.
make some, but they were so organized. I love the way the different colors are in these. That is beautiful.
Isn't it? Man, they look so cool. And there.
Imagine if we could get everybody together. Everyone's got some talent that
Mm-hmm.
we wouldn't have to. We could barter our stuff and just be happy without all the outside. Uh,
Oh, okay. Eric posted his channel and he said that he doesn't have videos yet. But yeah, I hope you will put some up. You should put some up of you making them, Eric. That'd be amazing to see.
Right?
I'd love to watch that,
yeah, I said so. If he puts something up, I should get a notification.
Yeah. Nadia, I have a feeling you wouldn't be able to put your talents up on YouTube.
Okay. Foot in mouth.
Well, that might be one of them too.
Although, ew.
Thing itches after a while.
So have you been doing anything with your aunt, Josh, today?
No, we put up a Christmas tree, so my wife's gonna come in next Friday and help decorate it. So
Oh,
we got the
good.
tree up.
Well, that's something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be fun. We're getting just a little, like 3-foot Christmas tree to have down in our place, just to have something to put some of our favorite ornaments on, and pretty low key. But I'm kind of excited to have a little tree for the kids.
Yeah, I've done that.
Mhm. We
Ron.
share a home with my brother and 2 nieces, and it's a big, beautiful home. But we're primarily our space is like a mother-in-law basement. So there's communal space, and we have plenty of space, but our space to
Up
like
in
kind
my tree.
of decorate and be in is pretty small. So
Okay.
last year we didn't do a tree of our own, and we just kind of missed having the kids' ornaments up and stuff. That was like a big deal for me as part of the Christmas tradition, is like every year we'd get a new Christmas ornament. And I don't know, I have a ton of that's like, how everybody has like their own little treasures in life? Like that's one of mine, or like my ornaments are really meaningful to me.
Yes. I still have homemade ornaments from my kids way back when they were in school, and
Yeah.
so I understand that.
Yeah.
Nice tree, Josh. Sorry.
Yeah, about a 9-foot tree.
Oh, goodness.
Nice. Yeah, that's great.
Shoot, yeah.
But I'll be home for Christmas, and I'll be home. I'll be in until New Year.
Good deal. You know, there's a song, I'll Be Home for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, Scat Pack. That's such a sweet idea. She crocheted some ornaments for her grandson.
Oh wow, that is cool.
That is.
Hopefully that'll be something they'll, hold on to for him.
Oh yeah, that's
Like an heirloom.
yeah, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, my heritage is mostly Norwegian. Well, we're all mutts, but mostly Norwegian. And my great grandma used to do this amazing. It's almost like embroidery, but it's called hardanger, and it's really beautiful. And she made some ornaments and things like that. So we have some of those, and those are some of my favorite ornaments, actually.
Is that the ones that are like, it's like
It's al- it's almost like
crochet
cross stitch
really
or
thin?
embroidery. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there's you use like a cheesecloth almost background, that's like the canvas. And
Mm-hmm.
then when you do it, you can like pull open almost like lace work. So there's openings in it.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's always something I wish I would have learned how to do. And nobody in my family knows how to do it anymore, which is pretty sad.
Yes. That's
But I'm not dead yet. Maybe maybe someday I'll get around to learning how to do it.
that's why I keep teaching my oldest granddaughter. She knows how to crochet, knows how to
Mhm.
sew. Trying to teach her those things that so they won't be forgotten. I think they're going
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
needed sometime soon.
This is
Hmm.
true.
Yeah. Scat Pack said it's a hardanger fabric and it's very small stitching. Yeah, it's pretty elaborate.
That is
Is
neat.
that so? Is that what they're like when they would hand make, like, I don't know, down here we call them doilies,
Hmm.
but like the little woven type things you'd see sitting on dressers? Is that small fabric that you're talking about? That Hardanger fabric? That's
It
that thread that they do that?
Yes, it can be that, but there's also people make like lace work, doilies and things like that too. So it might be different than what you're picturing. But yeah, it can like in our family at least we had like table runners or pin cushions, um, but also on like the traditional costumes that they would wear, the clothing that they would wear in Norway, it would be part of their aprons or
Okay,
the decoration on their clothing.
gotcha.
Scat knows more about it than I do. I love it. She said usually 22 stitches to the inch, maybe
Oh
more.
wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Rich Vedder can crochet.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ooh. Naughty said he makes drinking horns. That's kind of cool.
Is that out of what kind of horn? It had to be what, like a Texas Longhorn. That'd be the court mug there, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Runner, that's pretty cool that you know how to crochet. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Very old.
never could do that.
I have one of my nieces who she picked up crocheting really quickly, and she makes all these really cute little stuffed animals and things, and she's made hats for people and scarves and all of that. But I mean, she just picked it up really well.
That's cool.
Naughty said mostly bull horns.
Oh, okay. It's kind of the more common,
Mhm.
which I gotta say, I've seen some people have them like out of elk, and they'll hollow that out, and then they have it. I've seen this. It's creativeness that people can do with like that antlers and horns, and
Yeah.
very, very artistic.
I like those. I don't think it's made out of horn. Maybe it's wood. You know, the ones that curve and it's like a horn, and it has just a real hollow echoing sound. I don't even know how to explain it. I just love the sound of it.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. There's and Naughty probably knows those on I forgot what animal, but is that sheep horns, ram horns? So I think it might be them because they're big around, and I think they have a deep.
Yeah, maybe it is a ram.
Because they'll curl up, so whenever then they die and fall off. I mean, you can end up with one of those
Mm-hmm.
kind of a twisting type horn.
Shofar. I don't know what a shofar is.
The shofar is like the trumpet from the Bible that they would blow through the horn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He said Naughty, do you use a Dremel to engrave, or what do you use?
Well, so Capexi, you ought to come up when I go live. Then on days I'm up here or I'm at work at chicken coop, you could come on panel and sit there and crochet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dremel.
Yeah, I'm trying to get set up where I can be at a desk to show the plarn, how to make things out of the plarn, and some pictures of things that I've made. There's a pair of sandals and a baseball cap. You can make anything you can make out of crochet, you can make it out of plarn. And it's plastic bags, the plastic grocery bags.
Oh, um, what's her name? I bring it. I think she's a new lady. Was over at Steve's, and She's been over a couple of times now, but she shared some pictures with me, and I well for everybody just through me. But she does like a beanie, but it's out of those bags.
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty cool.
it
Oh
is.
yeah, I've I've seen people do that. It's
You
really
make doormats, whatever, and they last for a while. I mean, not forever, of course, but
Oh, Kim says that's what I'm doing while I'm listening to you guys. I got 4 projects going because I get bored working on one. Oh, Naughty said they used to do the Ren Fairs and Viking Fest.
oh, cool.
Shoot, I ain't done the Texas Renaissance, since way back in the beginning days.
I think 89 was the last time I went to the Renaissance. It was so cool, like walking into another world.
Oh yeah, man, we used to have a blast back there. We'd hang out in the back and party at night after everybody left. Have our own little thing. It was a different vibe back then.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
commercialized now. It's actually it's night and day difference to see it now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's the chauffeur.
Yep, that's it. Too neat.
Oh, there you go. Naughty said, "Yeah, I got married at Texas Ren Fair." Man, it used to be such a blast. It's like you could, and so much. It's actually kind of ironic. Well, not really, because you can kind of see where everything swung nowadays. But there was so much hands-on back then, and people didn't mind working, and there was stuff going, and it was a different vibe. But it's like it was cool as shit, man. You'd sit there and watch them dudes. They'd be forging breastplates, or sitting there doing chainmail, or the leather working, or forging out a damn sword. I mean, you just and it wasn't just like at a commercial type place. Like, here, watch the guy juggle the three balls, and it walk by it, and it was, you could actually sit there and hang out. And I mean, it'd be kind of like here. It'd be like a dude with his desk kind of right here, and he's like, "Oh yeah, no, gotta get this up," and he's hammering away and working. You buy direct shit hanging right there, full suit of armor. Used to do wicker sword fights out there. You could sign up, participate in the wicker sword battles and shit.
Yep.
These people with this airsoft think that shit's rough. Go ahead and get your ass whooped with a wicker sword and tell me you don't feel that shit the next day.
Hey, Carl. Good to see you.
What's up, Carl?
And Yankee. Hi.
Yankee, what's dope? What's up, buddy? And I gotta say, Naughty, I took the cheap way out just because I was young, and I thought it was cool, but I wasn't like vested into, oh yeah. So I did the cheesy way thing out. I was a wizard. Cause see, then you could just walk around, you acted stoned and it was okay. And you wore a robe and you had some cool little garb on, and people just went, "Wow, that's a wizard. He's cool." And it's like, "Yep, I'm stoned. Just let me walk. I'm gonna go." Wear a hat,
Sounds
pull
like
it down
a
over your eye.
day.
Ma'am.
Sounds like a day.
A day at the Renaissance. I did some crazy shit back then, and I mean, some of it, I ain't proud of it, but whatever you did, I view my past as my past, and it got me to where I'm at. So
Yes.
might not be proud of what I'd done, but that was then, this is now, and it got me to where I'm at.
And I wouldn't change a thing. I see some people saying that they would change so many things. I don't think I would change anything of me personally.
I used to say, like, oh boy, if I could be 18 again. I will say that after a little bit, it clicked to me going, I wouldn't have my kids or my grandkids if I went back that far. So
Mm-hmm.
you just you just learn to slowly accept what you got, where you are. Don't look back.
Yep.
There's a reason why a windshield is this big and the rear view mirror is only this big.
There you go. Good way to look at it.
That's it. Just know where you were, so you know where not to go back, but look forward. Carl, you can come up if you want to, buddy. I pinned the link. I think it's still pinned, even though I refreshed. It shouldn't have affected that part.
It's still pinned.
Yeah.
I know it was kind of freaky here because all my chat on the restream thing reset everything, and all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, I hope that didn't do like to everybody or something. It was. Let's see, what is it? 5:11? All right, no, it's not 5:11. It's 5:26. I've been going for 5:11.
Wow.
Yeah, you've been on for a while.
And it was so weird because I wasn't even like really planning it. I was just I was messing with the restream, and then I was kind of going, man, nobody's on. I wonder what everybody's up to. I wonder what's kind of going on, and then I just went, well, I don't know. Let's see if this does work now. Click. Yep. Okay, here we are.
Oh, Carl's having problems with his internet connection too.
Excuse me.
Ah, okay. Well, it might be even really rougher right now. I don't know because this restream, I don't know how that. It's been pretty good so far, so I don't know. But there has been some Kush couldn't come up because of the phone or something, so there might be something up with that. I know I was glad it finally stopped raining today.
Me too. We got sun and 57 was our high. My daughter just left a while ago to go perform. She's dressed so cute in her Christmas dress.
Oh, wow.
She does hula hoop dancing.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's fun.
And people remember her. They come from Houston, Dallas, wherever, and they're all, where's the hula hoop girl?
Right, Yankee? Everybody survived the food coma. Mine was easy enough, hell. I had eggs, sausage, and some pumpkin pie. I'm hoping there's enough sun out there today without the rain that it's going to dry up so I can get out there tomorrow so I can finish up on the coop.
What do you still have left to do? Just the wheels?
Well, that's the biggest part. But so I did the hog panels like a half tunnel thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I've now got those nailed and stapled in, but I have to finish kind of tying them together. And then I need to staple them to the front of the coop to seal that against the wood, and then start wrapping that hardwire cloth around it and tying that off.
Okay.
So it's not far.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Did you see Hoot's comment?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't. He should text me.
I know sometimes YouTube blocks people, like it's a form of shadow banning.
Yes, they do. Takes mods away. They just do what
Yeah.
they want to do with you. Hey, David N.
Let's see.
You might check your blocked list, Rescue.
On YouTube itself?
Yeah, and I don't remember how you do it, but in YouTube, you can go to your blocked list, and it'll show you who you've blocked or who's been blocked on your page.
I think it's in your studio, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so.
YouTube video.
Well, yeah, but
Go
BB
to
should be
your,
fine. Hell,
and
he's
then
always hung
you
out
go
up there on
into
with me and stuff.
YouTube video, go into
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be him because, hell, BB always hung around with me. I mean,
Well, that's what I mean. But sometimes, I've seen this happen in several channels.
community.
It's like YouTube has blocked people on your channel. It's a way of shadow banning.
okay, I
So
know what you're
you
saying.
have to go in and unblock them.
Let's see, settings. And it was permissions. Nope, community. There we go. Okay.
Do you mean, wait, who do you mean just on YouTube in general on his channel or he can't come up on Restream to come on panel.
Yeah, it's not showing him blocked. And let's see. Should still be in the mod list. Every time I see Deanne's font on her name, I think it looks so cool. I just happened to see it. That's what brought it to mind as I was scrolling by.
Yeah, that's a little different, Emily, but they block they block people from streams, but they'll also remove their comments or not even post them at all.
I gotta tell you, that's kind of funny.
I hope that he is raising a monkey army.
No, there he's in the modded thing. So he's still modded and everything. So I don't Mino Sabe.
Yeah, I don't know what that would be.
Oh, hey, Deanne, look at there. Say the name, and there she is.
Mm-hmm. Kim, I think you have to do it in your studio on your channel. Yeah. Sorry, Carl, I missed your comment earlier about the Patriot package.
You falling asleep again, Josh?
No,
Fell
I
asleep
had
on-
my nap earlier today.
Yeah. Fell asleep on us last night.
Yeah, I was tired last night.
Sorry, I was looking at what it looks like on my phone to see what this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see, where is chat? So, oh, okay. Well, I don't know. For me, though, it's on the, I guess, the channel person. Yeah, that's. Okay, and so I was going to see if I can get the link and just send it directly to him.
Deb. I feel like that too, Deb.
Well, she doesn't see texts at 3 in the morning. And I say, "Are you awake?"
Okay, so.
Because I'm like, 3 o'clock in the morning. Who's somebody talk to? Where's everybody at?
Yep. Well, Bonnie, normally I'd say you could message me, but with being back at work, I've had to shift. So I can't stay up as late as I used to. Sometimes I still do, but I try not to.
I don't know why the past 2 nights, 2 or 3, I think it was 5 or 5:30 this morning when I finally fell asleep.
Yeah, I've always been a night owl. That's just, it's
Yes.
kind of my time for myself,
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm injecting myself in your conversation because I just scrolled up in chat and I was back on the BB thing all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So then I was like, they said he was not able to. So they are saying that he can't use this particular platform. I guess is what they're saying.
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell if Hoot was saying that he can't use Restream. I think that's
Yeah,
what.
Hoot said
Yeah.
rescue. They said he will not be able to use this. BB isn't here, and then came back and said restream.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Probably not tax free, Hoot.
Oh yes, Kim, that is cool. Hey, Michelle. Well, I'll have to ask him, Hoot. I'll message him and see if that's.
That's
Carl.
pretty cool, Kim.
And yes, all you have to do stay awake a couple of days until you shut out.
Did any of you hear about the fire in China?
No, ma'am. Today?
The I think it was either today or yesterday, I believe. But there were, I think what I heard was 10 people that died in a fire that were in the city that's locked down, and they died because they couldn't get out of the building.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Heavenly Father, stop this
That's
madness.
that's sad.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had heard they shut it down for 6 cases, and then the
Well,
health thing popped up that it was like 56,000. Like, we just believe everything now.
well, it's crazy because we know what, I mean, I think in our community, we all know pretty well what those tests are and how accurate they are
Yes.
or are not. So, I was thinking too, it's kind of like, our potato said that we should all be testing before holiday gatherings. But whenever they push more testing, of course the numbers are going to go up because there's going to be all these false negatives.
Yes.
So whenever they're pushing that, it's like they're just trying to push this to continue forever.
Well, they're not. There's no way to represent accurate data because they're not even trying to collect accurate data.
Right.
So
Yeah.
they're
There's
just making shit up to make it sound to paint a picture that it's this. And then slowly people are able to piece together going, but wait a minute, it's kind of like the FOIA request getting going, well, wait a minute, you ordered this many. So then this, and they're slowly tracking little things down, but it's
absolutely.
intentional misleading of data.
Well, I even
Yeah.
saw a
Absolutely.
report from a doctor. They had, or maybe it was somebody high up in England or the UK. They asked, they said, show us the data saying that this has been
Oh,
contained.
yeah,
Because if they show it's been contained, then that proves it exists. They can't. They can't show it.
that it exists.
Yes.
Yeah. It's never been isolated.
Yes. That's the word. Thank you.
Hmm.
I guess you mean as far as if the like the coof exists or the origin of it.
Some people have said that there's no real proof that it actually exists at all or that it's anything different than anything we've had before because it's never been isolated. There's been FOIA requests for it and everything, and they can't provide it because they've never isolated it.
I thought that's what the damn what's that one guy? I don't know. He's ostracized now. Was he the Moderna guy or the MD or the mRNA guy? Got the dark mustache.
Terry Mullins.
Is that talks really kind of a low, kind of a raspier voice? His eyes are a lot of times squinted together. He's an older looking dude, some doctor, PhD dude that helped design the whole
Is he
mRNA.
British?
Doesn't sound like it. He's
I'm not sure who you're thinking of.
Let's see who's had him on. The India guy, Dinesh has had him on, I think. Several people, because he's apparently one of the guys that helped design the mRNA whole delivery thing to use it to go after it, and they apparently were talking because that's apparently that was what made it known it was fabricated. And I don't know how to say this.
Yeah.
About something. I don't know if you've heard this, but I've got to say it in a way to where nobody else knows what I'm saying. So it's
so
the conundrum chasing the conundrum. But there was, they isolated and Rand brought it up during some of the hearings directly because it got shown that this was beside this, and that does not happen naturally, which means it was intentional. So I thought that was actually
my understanding is, I mean, I'm not in the medical field. I don't, it's just what I can gather from the information I've seen is that they're able to see parts of it, but they can't isolate the entire strain. And I guess, and this is just like I said, just what my understanding of it is. So take it with a grain of salt. But my understanding is that, like, if you can't isolate the entire thing, you can't say that it's new or novel because you can't see how it connects to what's already existed. Okay. So if they're able to see pieces of it, they can see, how it, especially since it may have been created, they can see like signatures or, you know what I mean? They can kind of see how it's connected. It's hard to say it without saying it, but.
So what if I throw this in here for you? So what if part of, say, the poke actually is because it's kind of ironic how the majority of the people that seem to still be getting the other is the people that did that. So, and I said this actually to my wife way back at the beginning, going, I'm not sure that I'm okay with all this because you're pretty much giving out the blueprint and you're mandating something that everybody else in the world now knows that at least several 100 million are going to have this makeup in them because those people are making them. And it's like, what does that, I wondered if that would convert and depending on people's physiology and what's them, that it would just like a mutate and vary. And there wouldn't be an isolated going, yep, this is it. Because it's, once it kind of unleashed, it just kind of rolls and changes as it's going across doing different shit.
But they did
down that rabbit hole.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just real quick to go down like kind of further down that rabbit hole. That's what some people believe. That's why they've been collecting our DNA information for so long, was because they wanted to see what levels of the population and in what areas have certain characteristics in their DNA that would have them react in different ways to this or something like this.
There you go. Thank you, phone. By the way, what's up?
And I thought that
you said that name, didn't you, Indy?
What?
Did you say that name, Dr. Malone?
Oh no, but now I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Brand made a comment. Brand's comment I thought said what I was trying to say really well.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head out.
Okay, buddy, we'll get you some rest, Josh.
I will be you later.
All right.
Have a good one, Josh.
You too.
But can't any virus or flu mutate into something different on its own, depending on all kinds of circumstances.
Yep. See, and we don't have that anymore. As far as that, you don't hear about the flu. And
No, but they still want you to get the.
but it's like, what does that transmute to?
Yeah.
Yeah, they mutate down, as Deb just said. They
Oh,
they become easier to spread, but the effects of them are lesser. So they're more viral, but less. I don't know what the
so
term
is
is.
that where herd immunity
Yeah.
comes in?
I mean, not exactly, because really that's saying that you could just keep getting a different variant all the time.
See, and that's okay. I had 6 kids. 4 I had in the 80s, and then the other 2 in the 90s. And um, at the daycare, they were exposed to chicken pox. They got chicken pox. They were horrible. I took them to the doctor like 3 times while they had the chicken pox because they just looked horrible. The other 4 had nothing like that. And I said, "What is going on?" And he said, "It's a different strain." And so right after that is when they came out with a vaccine for the chicken pox. And so a different strain could be of anything, right?
Well, I think that do you remember back at the very beginning of all of this? I can't remember the number, what it's called, but they talked about, like, Fauci came out and talked about, like, this number that it's like how quickly things mutate and spread. Um, so it's different for different viruses. So for something like chickenpox, I think that it doesn't change or mutate nearly as fast. And so that's why it's easier from my understanding, for them to fight it with something like a vaccine, because it doesn't mutate quickly enough for it to change. So when everybody was treated, it kind of got rid of it completely so that it didn't have time to mutate.
Right. And this is not legal information. We're just questioning
Right.
because of life stuff.
Yeah.
It's necessarily pertaining to the one. It I'm just trying to find every different aspect of all of them because it just seems weird that changed. Just the ordinary pox that everybody got.
Yeah.
Because I remember they put a blanket over me when I would go outside so the sun wouldn't get my eyes, and it was really weird.
Yeah. Hey,
some of my
Carpenter. Good to see you.
some of the restream chat is cut off, and I don't know why. Of course, how to very see them. I tell you, some real ugly up there. Hey, see, that just goes to show trying to make things better.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
I don't, yeah. I will say that this has, and it's going to be hard to say because everything seems so focused because of what's been going on the past couple of years. But see, I haven't been big fan for decades just because I've always thought that we like to think we're smarter than we are, and we're always pushing the boundaries. We're always in, which isn't a bad thing in some things, but when it comes to biology and the physiology of things, the DNA strands, I've always kind of thought, man, you focus so much in and nothing's coming out of this, but yet you got some really twisted people. And so that was then. Of course, now here we are, and it's kind of like, yeah, see, somehow, I mean, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's like, we hear, like, well, actually, you don't hear much about the Uyghurs, but
Yeah, that's one
like
thing
you
I
got,
don't understand.
well, see, and that's not even new, though. That's been going on for hundreds of
I
years,
yeah, yeah.
and it's like, and that just gets kind of like, okay, here, I don't talk about that. Look at this over here. And it's just like the world just kind of goes, oh, yeah. It's like, wait a minute. Don't
That's
we kind
like
of want to stop that?
Mm-hmm.
I think people, I don't know. I remember hearing about the one child policy in China. And I remember feeling like it was wrong and that it was, horrible, but I never stopped and thought about it long enough to see, like, to think about what that really looked like in implementation. And, I think they had us so caught up in our day-to-day lives that it was like you didn't have the bandwidth to think about all of that too thoroughly, you know? And I think so many people are still in that place.
What's up, Backwoods?
So, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I feel
It,
like the Uyghurs, we keep talking, a lot of us are looking for ways to unite and get past this divide that they're trying to, whether it's about race or religion or politics or whatever, these divides they're pushing. But why are we not all united about how the Uyghurs are being treated? Nobody thinks that that's right. I don't know anyone who believes that that's right other than the people who are leading,
doing it.
at the
Right.
helm right now.
What is that?
Hmm?
The Uyghurs? Is that what
Oh,
in these?
Yeah.
Muslims.
They're a religious group. They're
Okay.
Muslim Chinese. Yeah. But they're um kind of like in the isolation facilities like they're trying to build throughout our country and in other countries that they're pushing forward right now.
Well,
That's what they're doing already in China.
it's religious, isolation. They're not welcome. That belief, nope, that's not accepted. Basically, the classic shit of what you hear being accused of around over here is actually happens over there. They literally go like the good old brown shirts did, and they say, nope, you're this, you're over there. They just even go a little farther because they say, hey, one of these wealthy people, they need a damn kidney. And they go, oh, well, I don't know. Hey, look in the database. There's one back there that has that same kind of make. Oh, okay, get it, bam. And all of a sudden that person doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
That's that kind of shit that happens over there. And you would think that if we had legitimate moral compass, which none of this current shit that we all talk about here wouldn't be happening anyway, but the media that knows about it and all those people intentionally don't talk about it because you don't want to piss off Winnie the Pooh over there because we've outsourced everything over there. And well, we're not really worried about you little middle class people that are the working force of our countries. We just need our board tables and we need our pools cleaned and our little places and we want our food. So we're just worried about our dollar signs. And so they just let those people sit over there and act like some
Hmm.
barbaric country, and we ignore it as a world. So all these other
Well,
countries that talk a line of shit, they all are aware of exactly what happens over there. It's not a secret.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also like child labor laws that are non-existent,
Yeah.
or, we're just all okay that everything's made in China where, that's used regularly,
Yep.
you know? It's like we just, but what do you do about it on the small scale? We know we are supposed to act locally and
Well,
I
that's
think
where you got to start. See, so I will say this because I can see where Moonchild, she says, I'm over all the BS. And
yeah.
I can see where, because see, and now just so, and I'll say this on mine, especially with some of the latest stuff that's going on around. So I'm not trying to echo chamber stuff. What I'll do like this, to me, it's just another addition to the thing. I still firmly believe that the solution lies in the foundation, which is the very beginning, which is going to be the home, and then it's going to be the community and the city and town, county, state, on up the food chain. I still believe that. I might talk about so many layers involved in that, but I'm not trying to echo nothing. That's me, because it's like I'm aware of them over there, but there isn't a damn thing can be done about that until you clean up your own house. It's kind of like knowing the house across the block is on fire, but your kitchen's kind of smoking pretty heavy. So before you run out the door to go help put out their fire, you might want to make sure your shit's under control. That's my mindset. So for me, I don't mind talking about some of the stuff, and that's why I do. But I always will
and
remind people that it starts local, and it starts with your home. It starts in that living room. It starts with the message that you translate as you walk in throughout your day, the message that you send as you interact with everybody you come in contact with. That's the seed part right there.
yes, that's
And
what we
them
were talking about last night.
ma'am.
That's what we were talking about last night. Do you see Kim's comment? And that kind of,
Yeah.
I kind of wonder about that
Okay,
too, because
word me, never heard that. As far as the Uyghur,
No, she was talking about, she said, with all this unity and kumbaya stuff you're all wanting to embrace goes to that Chrislam being accepted. Well, I got news for you. Real Christians will never accept it. But I think there's a difference. I mean, I don't know if you were talking about with the Uyghurs, but I can disagree with someone's religious beliefs and still not believe that they should belong in a camp and lose all of their rights. Maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, though.
yeah, because that's my question about the Jews is why everybody's so against them. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't get. I don't understand it.
I don't think that I'm not sure that I fully understand that situation either. But I think that I think it's another way for them to divide us. I don't think that there's that many people that really have anything against any group. It's like they're trying to divide us by race or by religion or that, that's what I mean. I think that's part of the story they're pushing.
Yeah. And that's what I did a rant last night. We are the melting pot right here.
Yeah.
However we came here. We need to get past the past. Quit blaming. We all know the history or think we know. However it was written, it doesn't matter anymore. It's how do we go forward? How do we get past this and try not to do it again? Everyone keeps saying history repeats itself. So who's going to break that chain? It's just
well,
like a family of abusers. It gets to a point where, okay, how long are we going to let it last? Who's going to break that chain?
well, it takes, but see, when people actually will stand up. So when you go and you interact with your grandchildren, when you interact with your children and your spouses and partners and work people, and you change the rhetoric maybe, or your character comes more at peace. And it's hard to explain how that comes to be. There is no magical wand, and maybe that's going to be our biggest problem is that there isn't a big button that can just be pushed, because it's going to take a personal accountability, and with that will come this peace that comes through a person, and you hear stories of it. And so when you hear this, you can be able to connect it. But you've heard of when people find a relationship with God, when they get sober, when they're clean, when their mind becomes clear. See, when they start finding that peace, when they get cleaned out of the trash, people always acknowledge the difference and they go, oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow, Indy, you sound real chipper all of a sudden. Indy, how's it been going? They're just, wow. See, they notice the change. Well, you have to give. Everybody's wanting a change, but you've got to project your own first.
We
And
have to
that
be the
helps keep
change.
other people intact. So,
Yes.
you know, if you're abused, then, you know, stand up and slap a mofo back and run out the door. If you're an abuser, crawl your happy ass under a rock before it's time to come be accountable. But it's time to stand up and do something. You can't just sit around. And that's like these sellers. And that's what I started off the stream dropping, because you get all these little grifters that want to sell you everything because they want to do this doom and gloom. And it's like, man, yes, the world's a shit place. And you know what? Until people all of a sudden feel happier inside, they're not going to act happier, which means the around them is not going to become happier.
Absolutely. Find your happiness. That's what I keep saying. Even if it's sitting and crocheting, you in your chicken coop, it can be some little thing that changes you. Yes, God has a big impact on that, I believe, but it's finding the peace within you also. You have to get to that point where this is the way it is. How do I work through it? To the best of my ability. And then your kids, your grandkids, everybody is seeing how you're dealing with all this, and that's how they learn how to deal with it also.
Yeah.
Moonshot, I got you. Actually, what gets me is that you can't even mention the word God without some denomination being mentioned. And it's like, it's so, I guess the hate is so intent. It's like you just even utter that belief or faith in that direction, and all of a sudden it's just a bombardment, which stands to reason because it's kind of been that way in my belief since the beginning.
Yep.
It's the whole good, bad, good, evil.
Well, yeah. I think everybody basically tries to follow the Ten Commandments.
I don't think everybody does. I think that's
I was
part of the
saying,
problem.
well, okay, I take that back. All 10, Bonnie.
Yeah, Kim, I agree that they're definitely pushing. I mean, and that's biblical too. They're they're pushing for a one world religion. That I think was part of the whole show that they did on Mount Sinai with the 10 eco commandments or whatever they're called. You saw that, right? You guys heard about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think that was kind of part of this transition. They're trying to push towards that kumbaya religion.
Where they're trying to rewrite them.
Mm-hmm. So that they can all mesh together.
Yes.
Into one.
Which all goes to what they're pushing about everything.
Yeah. Which goes right to Revelation.
I love it. Backwoods. I had a stop sign. He happened to hit a stop sign. Religion is just division. Relationship with God is the only way. That's it. And it's an individual one. Yep. You know, that's my belief anyway. So, and I will say this too, apparently a reminder, you know, whenever I'm talking, this is just me. If I direct someone directly, I would probably read their name and go, this is what I mean. Other than that, this is just random shit that comes in my head and I share it with everybody, which is the world. So this is taken in 40 bazillion different ways. So I do, when I talk about God, I talk about my relationship with God. I don't push it on nobody, to each their own. Life, man, I've been through the gambit, so to each their own, you know.
Right.
You'll find your relationship as you need to. I believe in that.
And at the point you need to. Everyone doesn't get there at the same time.
Yeah,
And that's what I do too. It's just, these are my opinions and views, and I don't expect everybody to believe them or follow them or anything. It's just me blabbering on.
well, that's why I don't preach to anybody, because I don't. I mean, if unless somebody asks me, I don't. I don't put it on nobody, because I'm not. That's just, I don't know. I guess I don't feel that purpose. I feel a purpose in just sharing of who this is, who I am. This is kind of the way. And I've actually wondered about that here lately, because it's all a lesson, and I'm learning, and I'll learn it as I'm supposed to, I reckon. But you know, I just share, because this is what I've seen over about 6 decades. I've watched and been in so many different things, and I've noticed that people can pick up hearing from other people, whether it's good or bad. And so I just figured that I could get up here and I could talk a line of shit, and I could spit some crap, and I can act this and that, and I can pump that. Or what, actually, and Indy knows where I'm coming from, because she's been with me from the beginning. I was in a place that was so dark that I didn't want to be here. And she knows that, and we talked, and then it was literally Ron. And when that came, something told me at that point what I needed to do was just come up here and just share. I'm just opening up. This is me. And that's why some people are be like, well, that's not a creator. I'm not a creator. I'm not a YouTube creator. I'm not a influencer. I'm not shit, dude. I'm an old ass redneck in the woods that's had one weird ass life. And I reached a point, and God said, hey, you, thump, 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 get up off your ass and open your mouth and start sharing, and let's get your mind right, so I can get you back up, because I didn't keep you around this long for you to just lay there and waller. So here I am, and some days are tougher than shit, dude, let me tell you. And then some days are just a bright, shining thing. But my purpose for me is I just get up here, and that's why everybody's like, hey, what do you, I don't know. I don't know. Click. Hey, what's the time? Beat shit of me. Because I'm just here to share. And if this helps somebody and they say, wow, you know what? I never thought of that. Or if this chicken coop thing is like, hey, it's like you said, Bonnie, oh, well, if you can do that in a chair, then I can do that. There you go. I
Yes.
can't ask for any better, because guess what? My day is going to continue. I could point at a clock right now, and that second hand is going to tick by. So I can sit here and do nothing, or I can try to throw a little something, something in the game as every time the hand goes by. And that's what I'm trying to do. I spend 5-6 hours up here. 2 people walk away here with a smile, and they go, man, that was pretty cool. I'm sorry, that was 2 people smiling that wouldn't have been, because my day was still continuing on anyway.
Yes.
Brian, I remember when you were thinking about doing this, and you were in that kind of mindset, you still, you making that choice to do it, even though I think, what, I don't know if intimidated is the right word, but you were hesitant, you were hesitant about doing it. But, we talked, and I think I even told you then, but we were sharing, it was, you felt that nudge from God, you felt that it was like a push, and you took that step and did what you felt like God was telling you to do, and now look at like where it's come, you know and what a blessing it's been to you, but what a blessing it's been to so many of us as
Yes.
well.
Well, that's what's a real rewarding thing, is because, and it does sound kind of corny, I guess. Well, not really, but it's, man, when y'all talk about this, it's motivating. Kiss Off does her, inspiration thing. And it really does mean a lot, because I don't know, that's a good thing. And that lets me know that I'm doing good. And that just feels good,
Yeah. But I'm glad you shared that part of it, because I think, we all probably have those experiences, whatever our relationships are with God or our beliefs are, where we feel that nudge that something is telling us to do, to either do something or not do something. And it's whether we listen or not, we see where it, how it plays out.
Right. Hey, Ron. Long time no see, buddy. Hope all's well.
Yeah, and that's exactly the way I started it. It was I didn't want to do it, and it was helping a friend out when she wasn't on and go on, and I was totally clueless. And then I was going to quit when she did, and that nudge you were talking about, it just kept on, and I was like, and there's times when I'm just, I'm so exhausted, and what am I going to talk about? And should I go on? Is this even doing anything? And you question yourself, and then the next thing you know, you're clicking that button, go live, and everybody starts coming in, and it turns into a good discussion. I have met so many good people here. Rescue, I'm so glad that you come up on my panel because it's like you're my internet brother, twin, something. I don't know. I feel a connection.
Bonnie, Bonnie, when you first started, I think D Dog shared your channel with me, and you had just a few. I mean, I don't think you had very many subs at that point, and I'm pretty sure it was right when you were starting. But I remember when I first went over, it's funny because it felt the way that you the way that you lead your stream and your channel, it felt to me a lot like Rescue or like Ron or, where right away. And I think what I really think it comes down to for the people that, the channels that I'm around the most and that I try to help network with and everything is real recognizes real. Like I don't think any of us are trying to only be in an echo chamber, but when people are authentic, whatever their beliefs are, we're all trying to figure this out together, and I'm glad we're all here.
Yep.
And I'm glad that you guys provide places for people to come and gather and ask questions and be able to have these conversations.
Well, that's me. I mean, that's why sometimes I might even say some, off the wall shit kind of to somebody, but it's just because, hey, man, you just throw it out there. The only bad question is the one you didn't ask.
Yep.
I just figure, hey, if we're hanging out and we're talking about certain things, all of a sudden it'll be like, by the way, so what do you think about this? And I actually wish we could be more open
Yeah.
without getting hammered. Because but then,
Yeah.
oh my God, heaven forbid if you should like show any common sense and just go be inquisitive.
hmm
Hey, bug girl, hadn't seen you in a minute. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
And hey, Ron, I saw you came into chat earlier.
And I've learned so much, even from the chat, just from everybody about everything. And so, yeah, I value them just as much
Sorry,
as
I'm sorry. I saw Amy's comment.
it's okay.
Well, and I will say because Kim was talking about. I don't know if anybody else realized this, but introverts like me just can't walk up to people and have conversations like we have in a group of like-minded people we have here. That's why I'm here. And then Keno said, Kim, agree, and we have so much to say. And that's one reason why I try to and there's been, well, I've been through the gambit over the past year, I gotta say. But that's just why I view my channel the way I do. And I almost hate the word my channel, but this is the world and it's YouTube. So you kind of got to reiterate common sense because it's overlooked if you don't mention it. So, but I want everybody to feel like, you know, it's okay to talk, here. Now, granted, be respectful, but
Yes.
and then it's the topics I would think, are appropriate topic, but don't want to open up Pandora's box here, but
Okay,
but I
Hawk.
try to do that, and it's a place to decompress. That's what I used to say in the beginning, was a place to just decompress. So it's not
Yes.
to jump from that one going, the end is nigh, and then just jump
Yes.
over to here and repeat end is nigh to go to the next one. And it's like, nah.
It's just relax, kick back. That's why I had the campfire. We're just sitting around the campfire talking.
Well, and Indy even knows, because man, when I first this was not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stream. Come on, Indy, huh? It was like, no, it was like, I don't know about this.
Yes.
Bran was there too, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Bran was my first victim.
I had Carl and Echo, and I don't know, there was just a few, and it was okay though. It was just we're all just sitting around talking for a couple hours
Mm-hmm.
and go on. But now the conversations get so good, it can be 5 or 6 hours later, and I'm like, wow, maybe we better shut this down now.
Well, you get to talking, and I know I enjoy it. And it's like I said, I mean, and I've said it before, and I shut it down, and then I pretty much just go to reading. So it's not like I do anything special. I will read, or I might watch something. Every now and then I might play a game or something, just killing time till I kind of get tired. Then I actually just lean back and take a little nap for a while. So my days, that's a matter of fact, I think it was JR asked me one day when he was doing his little Liberty Tree thing in the morning. And I said, morning, he was like, Risky, do you ever sleep? And it's like, yeah, off and on. I mean, because I don't really have, this is becoming my social environment. And I will say, Bran, yeah, you were there.
Yes.
Remember, if you'll remember that day, Bran, Indy was there and you were there, but Indy was having a problem or something connecting, or I couldn't hear her, and then you ended up, and I could talk to you, but we couldn't figure
Yeah, I
out why we
remember.
couldn't see Indy in chat or something.
I think
It's
Bert
like,
was
oh
in the
no.
chat too.
Yeah, man,
Mhm.
he stopped by earlier, huh?
Did he? Oh, I
Yeah,
missed him. No.
I know, it's
Did he come
so
up on
cool.
panel?
No, I couldn't
Oh,
have got
okay.
that lucky. It's not Christmas or anything.
I should start bugging him about it again, see if he'll do a stream sometime.
I know, that would be cool. Yeah,
That
because
would be
for a
cool.
lot of people, that's it. Pretty much started out for me, Indy, and then I got introduced to Bert and Bran, and who else kind of came from over there, was right there, but they were all doing this, and I was the new kid on the block, and then here I am. And by the way, Deb, it's like 602 subscribers.
Yeah, they're doing great.
I know.
That
It's
still trips
mind
me
blowing,
out.
isn't it? Yes.
I mean,
That's the
because
way I feel.
I don't promote it. I don't even go. I only go to a few other little channels, and even some of the other ones I go to, I don't even say anything. I just listen. So it's not like, but yet, and then people come and they listen to me, and sometimes that's kind of weird, because then I got to think about, and I will say sometimes I feel kind of emoed, and I'm like, oh shit, well, I don't want to piss nobody off. So I know I'm in a certain mood or something, and that's a fine line, because it's like, I know I'm in this mood, and it's like, oh man, it ain't fair. So I have
Deb,
to adapt.
I tried melatonin recently and it works really well for me. I feel better about taking it than anything else, and yeah, just a little bit works really well.
Wow.
Hey, Hawk.
Hey, what's up, Hawk?
Good to see you.
And David. I'm sorry, David, I didn't say hi. And anybody else that's come in that I didn't acknowledge, I'll just good morning, good day, good evening. You know the spiel.
Yeah, Amy, that is sad. think we're all
Yeah.
going to be seeing that more and more, unfortunately.
Hey, Deb, just, you know what? That's actually the stuff that works best on me, believe it or not.
Yeah.
All the fancy name stuff and all that. Yeah. If I had to pick, I would actually pick that because I don't know, man. It's just with the nerves. Those, it's like it's the weirdest shit. Stuff that people didn't even would be like, oh man, this is nothing, and it really there's no like buzz. They would say, and I'd go, I don't know, and then I'd go ahead. Matter of fact, tasted like a number two pencil. Is what it reminded me of. Like being a kid gnawing on a number two pencil is what it tasted like. And but the shit was like 3 little puffs and poom. All this shit went away. And I was like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
That was a poof in a moment because here today, gone tomorrow.
You just got it from the expert. In this economic environment, weed is weed.
That's it. Well, especially in Texas, because hey, man, it is what it is.
Yeah.
When you're hiding behind shrubs and trees and shit, you can't exactly be picky and walk into the shop. There's no shops.
Benjamin, I remember that book, reading that book when I was little. Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben.
Excuse me.
And hey, David. Good to see you.
I watched the movie. I didn't read the book.
Hey, Bonnie, are you going to be going live tonight?
I wasn't planning on it,
Okay.
but possibly. Like, there's nobody here. And I don't know if anybody else is going to be up and running, but
I wasn't, because I just wasn't sure. I was kind of looking, and it's been 6 hours. It's 6:30, and I was thinking maybe some supper action.
I understand.
Well, I'm glad I got to come up and hang out for a little bit, Rescue. It doesn't get to happen very often, so.
Oh, I know. This
Nice
is
to
like
meet
so
you.
cool. You're on panel. Bert comes by. Brand's in chat, and it's like some kind of like a
OG.
weird recycle of a year ago kind of thing. Only now,
Yeah.
and there's a bunch of other people, and it's like, ooh. And it was kind of
Great.
a weird day. I'm kind of glad everything's cool, and hopefully Dee is not upset with me. She said she wasn't, so I'm gonna go with that. It's been an
V?
interesting
No,
day.
she doesn't stay mad. She
Did you say, was that unspecified V?
No, Dee.
Oh. Oh, I missed
Deanna.
something. That's,
V only
yeah.
she comes by every now and then, and I haven't seen Cashew in forever too.
I think V's been having some problems with her computer, so she's
Ah,
not been on as much. And I think she's busy with a project too.
have you seen Cashew?
Yeah, I've seen her around a little bit. It's probably been a day or two. I haven't been on so much the last couple days
Yeah, I
with the
hadn't seen
holidays.
her in a good bit. But that's good as long as she's doing good.
Maybe she just knows you're doing well and going strong. She's off working her magic in other places.
Well, that bluff sure has worked pretty good then. Shoot, I'll roll with this as best I can. It's a learning curve, which that's life. Life is really that way. You know, we view YouTube, and yes, it's different, but it's also the same because life itself is a learning curve. How to handle this, and you say, okay, well, I've got, if this ever happens, well, what happens if that happens with this also attached? Oh, well, there's no set plan. You need good core, a good thought process.
Yes.
You know,
Don't panic.
shoot now. Hey, there she is, Miss D.
Thank you, Kino.
Well, ladies, I do think I might call it.
Maybe.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Man, you two being up here has been awesome, and I appreciate y'all being up here.
Thank you for having me, Rescue.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you,
yes, ma'am.
Rescue. Good to be on panel with you, Bonnie.
You too, Indy. It's good to hear your voice.
Actually, Bonnie, I'm going to send you a message in the private chat before you jump down.
Okay. Oh, there it is. I'm not used to Restream. Sitting here looking around. Where is it?
And everybody, I hope y'all have a great evening. You know, make it a good evening. I might stream tomorrow. I don't know. I might be up on Tennessee Tacticals later. He does his little funny humor, kind of bringing smiles and stuff. Might do that. That'll be at 8, I think, Central Time.
Oh. See, and I would like to see that too. I miss a lot of people when I am on. So it's good to know when others are going to be.
Right.
Okay, let me write that down.
Rescue, I missed it. Who did you say is doing a stream later?
TT1, Tennessee Tactical.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's a Saturday night, and he has that little funny where he does the little clips, and I don't know,
Mm-hmm.
he's got such a funny smile and stuff. So he's
Yeah.
got some good energy.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
And he does those little clips with the songs, and whenever he'll ask me up, and we joke around, and it's just kind of just a fun time. Usually about 30 minutes to an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Well, good to get to say hi to everybody in chat too. You all know I love you.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Thank you.
yeah, I'll see you guys around. Thanks, Rescue.
You got it, Indy. Love you, sis.
Love you too. Bye. Bye, Bonnie.
Bye-bye. Okay, there's the lead. All right, I'm going to jump down and let you close up. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I'll see y'all around somewhere later.
Cool deal. Thank you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have a good evening.
You too. Keep
Yes, ma'am.
smiling.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, thank you, Constitutional. He just said he dropped the link to TT1. Oh, you got it, D. And I, and I'll tell anybody, I say something, and if it just don't jive, talk to me, or just say, hey, you know what, and I'll be like, okay, we're cool. Yep. Because nothing's critical. It's just, well, I hope everybody has a good evening. Make it a good evening. Have some fun. Have some laughter. Have some smiles. Get some positivity rolling. It's Saturday. It's Saturday night. And man, this is weird. I don't have my little music stuff to play or nothing. So I don't even really know what to do on a good little exit. I need to come up with some little exit thing. I don't know. Well, we're just going to wing it with what we got. So make it a good evening. Smile and help somebody else smile. If you got kids, spend a little time with them maybe. You got some grandkids, definitely give them a hug. Nah, Dee said she took a nap. There you go. So everybody, smile or help somebody else smile. Much love, everybody, and I will see you. I might stream tomorrow, and I'll be on TT1, Tennessee Tactical Ones, probably this evening. So till then, much love, guys.